We literally were just about
Every
to.
fucking day, Margie.
All the time.
I told you to start like an hour ago.
No, I know, but it's just the timing of it. It's just like the minute I'm about to hit start.
RG came through in the
Welcome
fourth quarter.
to another
Live, guys. We're live.
stream, everybody.
Mhm.
And before we go any further, first things first, let's address the elephant in the room, Oreo. And now that being said, put it back to the original background. We've got ourselves the one, the only, Danny Watkins.
What's going on, guys?
With our boy Kanan.
What the hell?
The one, the only Cinnamamba. And the goated one. RG Strand.
Communication is key, people. Just
Communication is freaking key. I tell you what, the world would run a lot more smoothly if people communicated effectively.
Let me tell you,
Someone that doesn't
these do
communicate,
not help.
then please exit stage left and let the door hit you just on the way out. That way. Now, let's address who's in the chat. We got Lisa, we got Darth Prodigy, we got King Press. How's college going, dude? Cobra Kai World. Oh, I thought you sent me earlier on. Pretty dope. Mystic, Tristan. Then scrolling up, Forever Red, myself, Cody, Charlie Cummings. Fantastic. Right, we've got 11 people in this already. Marvelous. And before we go any further, I know I said it before, but there was no stream last week. So happy New Year to every single one of you. This year, we're going to make it count 2K23. Fucking crushing it already. Absolutely crushing it. Natalie, what's up? Hey, Zoe. And Danny, read out the list that you have constructed for this stream, sir.
All right, folks. What's going on? Chosen Familiar. Okay, let's get into it, people. So, like our first subject, I call it shooting the... Can't say the rest. Like we're gonna be called. Is 2022 one of the worst years for movies? That's gonna be our first subject, and then for our DC subject, they don't give up. They never back down. But I'm gonna talk to these Snyder fans like one more time. Like
here we go again.
Snyder fans,
New Year, same shit.
The Snyder
Snyder fans. Okay, these Snyder fans want Netflix to buy the Snyderverse. It actually can happen, by the way. We'll get into it. But we're also going to be talking about the Batman Penguin show. That's all our DC stuff. And then for our Marvel stuff, oh yeah, I've been waiting for this movie. I believe it's the best Marvel movie of all time. I don't care what nobody thinks. But I'm just saying, we're going to be talking about the Civil War. Captain America 3 Civil War. One of the best, arguably the best Marvel movies of all time. And then we're gonna talk about the Ant-Man trailer, the Ant-Man trailer that just came out or whatever. And then finally, oh boy, this is gonna be my favorite part of Cobra Kai because I got something to say to some you Hawk fans.
Yeah, there's already a theme of like King. This might be King's best stream going like ever because there is a lot in this list that is very King. So this might be this might be your mainstream, man.
For you Hawk fans out there today and everything, I'm going to distinguish between Hawk fans and you Hawk fangirls that got the tampon between your legs and everything. Right? Jacob, the stream belongs to you. It's gonna be one of those nights, guys. I'm just telling you. I have brought the fire. You guys been messed up the beat. You messed up today, okay? Like, listen. Some of y'all are out here tripping, hitting me up in my DMs. Oh, Hawk! Give some nuts and shit. Like, it's a fucking opinion. Sorry for my language, Jacob. The stream belongs to you, my friend.
Hey, no, the stream belongs to all of us. So the sentiments that that Danny expresses there, what a way to word it. I very much agree with. I could not think of a better way to describe that myself. But I like Hawk. All right, just yeah. I like Hawk. Just shut up.
Move along.
The first item on the agenda was what was it again?
it's gonna be like, was this the worst year for movies? Like 2022. Because like they actually put it up like 2022 is like one of the worst years for movies. Like, of course, there's others and everything, and I kind of personally agree with it because like I'm gonna be 100 with you. I don't remember most of this shit that happened in 2022. Just for like only 5 movies that I really remember, and I will actually go back and rewatch or whatever. And I'm not even counting TV shows too. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think we're just in a, regardless of whatever we feel is like the year or whatever, I think it all comes down to this, where we're in a transitional era in film and TV right now. And what I mean by that is the streaming wars are in full force. And a lot of the decisions that are being made for shows and movies, no tampons included, you know, had to slip it in there, sorry, are being made for specifically just for streaming, because each company wants a slice of the action now. There's not one company that doesn't have a streaming service. There's not one company that isn't indulging in that war now. And I think that is affecting the content, as we've talked about many times, with deadlines, you know, the level of care that goes into certain projects. Kenobi, you know, there's a lot of different variables and factors. I think a lot of the stuff I've watched this year just gone has been very, but then again, a lot of it is from one genre in particular. If you know, you know. But then again, this movie has given us Top Gun Maverick, The Batman, and Avatar 2. Not worth the 10-year wait, in my opinion, but it's still good. It's all right. From just like from a filmmaking, like it's cinema, as the terms are. But you get movies like that. So I wouldn't say it's the worst year. Like, it's all relative for the most part and very subjective. But I do feel like there's a lot of projects that were released this year that will just go into the wayside and they'll be forgotten about. And then 10 years down the line, someone will bring it up and it's like, oh, you remember that movie that released that year? That, you know, there's going to be a lot of that. But I think aside, it's mostly, I mostly feel it in the superhero department, but just in general, it feels pretty much the same. I think, you know, every year you get a cycle of movies that stand out. You get a cycle of movies that are meant to stay, and some that are literally just meant to be a popcorn flick and then gone, like Adam. There's, you know, there's a lot of that. Yeah, after that Henry Cavill stunt, I'm not holding any punches on that movie now. I gave it a pass before, and I ain't fucking doing it now. Thank you, DC. But that's more of that later. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of them things that's just all subjective for the most part. At least that's just how I personally feel about it. But I mean, I know, Darius, you brought up the writer's strike earlier on, and talking of years, that whole season, 09.
Dumpster fire after dumpster fire. Like
each
this
movie
year, I don't.
was
This
bad.
year is like,
09.
This year is
I was
like,
junior, bro, in high school. Like, shit.
this year for me, it's been more
Wolverine,
mid than bad. Like this year, like, it's been more mid than bad for me. Like things have just been okay.
Yeah, it's been average.
But like 09 was trash. Like you had Revenge of the Fallen, awful movie. G.I. Joe 2, awful movie.
Origins Wolverine.
Dragon Ball Evolution, awful movie.
Why did you have to remind me of that garbage?
X-Men Origins Wolverine, shit movie. Like, it's just to put the things into perspective.
And Street Fighter as well.
Yeah, Street Fighter.
Oh Jesus, I forgot they made a Street Fighter.
That's the point.
What else came out in 09? There's a lot.
I'm gonna have a little Google.
A lot of those shitty rom-coms.
Revenge of the Fallen.
That's the time that they were shitting out those bad rom-coms. So there were a million of those that were awful.
Million and one blind date.
Postgrad, The Unborn, Motherhood, Bride Wars, The Stepfather, Pink Panther 2, The Informers, The Ugly Truth, Dragon Ball Evolution.
Cowboys and
never
Aliens.
thought that casting was
movie.
good. Needs a swift swipe to the face. I'm just saying.
From like 09 to 2011, things were bad. Like, cause the writer's strike. Like any movie that was
the squeakquel.
just bad. Like
Yeah.
To me, this year there's been a lot of disappointments. Like you had like
It's just mostly been bang average.
it's just been things that should have been great were just meh. Like there hasn't been a lot of things that I was looking forward to that would stood out as just like god awful. Like there hasn't been any. There's been like one, like Thor: Love and Thunder is like the only one I can think of where it's just awful.
Bro, like I forgot Thor: Love and Thunder was last year, bro. Like I'm gonna be 100. Like I forgot.
Oh,
like
you see that it was put up for Oscar submission for best visual effects.
What?
They got
Are
laughed
you
out of- they
taking
got
the
laughed
mic?
out of the room.
you're kidding, right?
What?
You're kidding, right?
I think it's a formality they do.
Wait.
They nominate all their movies for that. They just do that. But
It's like the only movies I remember was Top Gun Maverick, The Batman, Dragon Ball Superhero, and unfortunately, Black Adam.
Black
It's
Adam.
still
Okay,
a-
I'll keep it up. The only reason I remember Black Adam is because of
remember
the
from
Cavill scene.
2022 are the ones that where this guy down here who's not on screen will talk about the Matt Reeves universe, the Batman. Me, when I say I'll take one Top Gun Maverick over half the MCU, or us all ragging on Black Adam, like that. The only reason we remember them is because we just recently talked like that. That's it. Every other movie in 2022 just feels.
Because they were saying like I forget. I was trying to find that Variety article or whatever, but they were saying like this was like the lowest numbers for box office or whatever. Like for like most people going to the movies and shit. Like, I mean, like you still had. I mean, of course, Wakanda Forever was gonna do all right, because of the thing with Chadwick Boseman. Of course, like I mean, like most of the Marvel projects in general, like if it like you have to understand, like Marvel movies are still gonna make money, but they operate on different things. They want to be in the 1.
Shit and they'll still make money.
They want to be in the 1.4, like 1.3 billion. Like if it's under that's a flop. So like 800 million, it's still it's good on paper, but for a Marvel movie, that ain't good or whatever. Or like same thing with Thor: Love and Thunder. It made a good amount of money. Like it made like 500 million or something like that. That's pretty good, decent change. But like to Marvel,
any
that's
other movie that would be good. But for a Marvel movie and a Thor movie,
that's not good or whatever. Like I mean, Black Adam needed that China box office badly, bro. Like it was like if it would have got that, if it would have got the China box office, it would have made some money. But
same reason Age of Extinction had China all over that movie.
Darius,
you're on mute, sir.
You're on mute, sir.
Dude, we forgot about Morbius. The greatest.
No.
You know what? I keep getting recommended that movie. Like literally every time I'm loading up Now TV, that movie keeps getting recommended. I'm like, get this. If that, you ever see that clip from Family Guy? If that thing even touches Roadhouse, I will kill you. Like that's the vibe. I want to watch No Way Home or the Batman or Fast and Furious, and I just get Morbius recommended to me. And Venom 2 as well. Venom 2. Get that.
Oh yeah, Venom 2 came out.
I forgot
about that.
Oh yeah, I forgot Venom 2 came out.
Oh fucking Jesus!
Now we're remembering, and it's all bad.
Bro,
like PTSD.
Dude, you know what else came out this year? Cowboy Bebop came out that year too.
Oh no, we don't talk about that. That didn't happen. That okay.
What are you on about? I'm not quite sure. I didn't see that.
That did not happen.
I know, right?
Jurassic World.
Yeah, that as well.
The Locust movie? You mean the giant Locust movie?
You mean the cash grab with all the old actors coming back?
The Jurassic World Dominion. Once again, it had the freaking. That's not the real cut, because if you watch the extended cut, extended cut, it's way better. Once again, they still haven't got it. Like
what have I always said? The real cut.
That movie made $1 billion. Why?
Because everyone seems to
like dinosaurs. It's costed off in nostalgia.
Well, also, I think it got released in China. It's China. They love dinosaurs. That's why.
But like, I was gonna tell you this. It did the same.
Dinosaur in the movie. They love it for some reason. I don't know why.
It's true.
Even
the-
that's where
Put
Godzilla comes
dinosaurs
from.
in it. It
Goes
works.
all the way back to Godzilla.
I was gonna tell you this,
Oh,
like,
Godzilla
the same way No Way Home had like the nostalgia bait or whatever. Like I always said, good nostalgia bait or whatever.
But nostalgia.
Jurassic World
Bad.
had bad nostalgia bait and everything because they brought
I'm
back.
not even huge on Jurassic World like that, but even like once I got round to watching it, I was just like, you're not using these characters in a serviceable way. You're just throwing them in
Dude,
there
they
and saying, "Hey, remember?"
You know what Jurassic World did? They found a way to make a worse trilogy than the sequel trilogy. They made a worse trilogy.
That's like there being a spin-off of like a sequel of Kings of Pop Culture like 10 years from now, and they just ham-fist us right in there just to say, "Hey, you remember these guys?"
We just cameos or whatever. Like,
they're still there.
It's like the South Park episode with the member berries. It's just like, do you remember? No.
Like you can have a hey member, but if you don't do fuck all with it, then it means nothing.
yeah.
Or you bring them all back to
just have
die.
it in there just for the sake of having it in there. It means nothing.
And then,
Like,
the whole point of you're making a story about dinosaurs, right? Why are you spending so much time on fucking giant locusts?
I've just thought of another movie since we're talking about getting our expectations subverted. You remember the scene in the movie where the most famous horror movie icon of all time.
God!
Oh,
yes.
no.
Oh God! No!
You remember that one? Halloween Ends. You remember that one?
Don't. You got your ass kicked by a 19-year-old.
Also, we're talking about bad horror remakes. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Dog.
Oh, that was so bad.
That's what they said. Like 2022. Now you start going down that rabbit hole. You're like,
you
woo,
guys
boy.
see
I'm probably remembering every bad movie.
Jeepers Creepers Reborn. Jeepers Creepers Reborn. Dog shit.
It's like,
Turn that shit off.
hey, we
All right,
had
just-
remember.
it's
Hey
good.
guys, you remember when Megan Thee Stallion teamed up with She-Hulk last year? Like,
Remember how it was your fault if you didn't like it?
Oh yeah, we're still on that kind of thing.
It's still happening with most movies. And
Let's
you
kinda-
stop it now.
Kind of change things up on a positive note. Best movies I saw last year that are not talked about enough. The Menu, great movie.
Oh, I need to see that.
Fablemans,
Really good.
Steven Spielberg, great movie. The Northman, great movie.
Oh, I like that one.
That is
Yeah,
a
that's good.
great film.
Obviously, Top Gun. I really like Wakanda Forever.
Just to piggyback off what you're saying, Darius.
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
This
Great
is an
movie.
important point that you brought up here. Is another part of the problem. Linking back to, and I love Marvel, but linking back to Marvel, they could put a video out of Hulk taking a massive shit and people just. But movies like that, there's a couple that you mentioned there that I didn't even know about that are really good, critical acclaim, loved universally, that don't get as much praise or spotlight
because they don't have the brand.
Because they don't have the brand.
They don't advertise them because the only movies that make money are superhero movies, action movies, and like horror movies. That's it.
Or movies that market to
Or nostalgia.
The
Or kids
general
movies.
audience.
Kids movies get marketed everywhere because kids movies are everywhere. But like,
Yeah.
also
I
another
mean,
one, Banshees
listen-
of Inisherin. Watch that one. That's a good movie.
I mean,
There's
like,
a lot of
we
good
also
movies. It's just
we
like
had like.
go under the radar.
you just gotta look
I mean-
for them. You know.
I mean, we had, like I said, we had some good. I mean, of course, we had Cobra Kai for good
With
shows. We
movies
had
like that, you've just got
Oh,
to
yeah,
Boys.
dude.
like you've
All right,
always got to
I'm
hope
Star
those
Wars
movies
fans.
get
I'm gonna make an
discovered
appeal
by
to you.
someone.
Star Wars
You know?
fans, please watch Andor. Like it's a
Dude,
good show, bro. Please watch it.
like Andor isn't a show that I'll rewatch a lot, but when I tell you it's the best written Star Wars show, it is. Like from a writing, it's the best written Star Wars show.
Like,
Like-
dude, you can talk about like having a tight narrative. There are literally no plot hole. Like there's no like thing you have to look the other way or like this doesn't really make sense or this
And
is
I love the tone of it as well. I love the tone of it. And if you're someone that really struggles with sitting through something that's a slow burn, please stick with it. Because I tell you, Andor is the shit. It makes Kenobi look like fucking more
Yeah,
crap.
that's a
you're like how did the same studio make these like how did the
Down
same
the hole.
studio make this and made this? It's like how was that
Wait.
even possible?
Hold on. Jacob, didn't Boba Fett come out last year too?
I think that was
Oh.
2021.
Go Bubba Rangers.
Ride it like a panther.
Like a panther. Ugh.
Also,
Yeah.
Better Call Saul last season this year.
Yeah, I was
Very
gonna
good
say.
stuff.
Yes.
I said Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai season 5, great
I'm
season.
Christ for that show, I tell you.
Was Peacemaker this year?
Yeah, Peacemaker came out this year.
really want to taste it.
Stranger Things. Good. That was
Stranger
yeah.
Things. Yeah, that was
Su-
good.
Superman and Lois,
Yeah.
did pretty good. Like, it was a decent watch. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought I wasn't gonna like it, but it's a good story, man. It's a good story. They paid homage to Superman and do it correctly.
Oh, I'll tell you another one. Because Fantastic was brought up. Fantastic Beasts 3.
Did we all
Wow.
wow how we felt about this year?
That movie was
go
better
ahead.
than the
Go
second
ahead,
one, but
Martin.
still.
I thought someone would bring it up Wednesday.
Overrated.
It is really
You know what?
so
It's not
badly
bad.
overrated.
It's not bad.
It's
It's
overrated.
all right, but I mean, it's not like everyone's like worshiping it. Like it's the
It's
B
bearable,
meme. Like,
but
like it's
not
just
trash.
so
It's
Netflix.
like I told these guys when I watched it the first time. I said, like, if you like Tim Burton stuff, you're gonna enjoy.
Yeah, you're gonna
Wednesday.
like it. Like it's good, but it's like the second coming of Jesus to these people. Like it's just like, oh my god, like
It's okay.
Wednesday. Oh!
also to be fair, it's got some of those lines I don't like in it.
Hot, but like, come on, like
It's got some of the lines I
that.
don't like in it though. It's like Wednesday
I swear
turns around and
there's
is
no
like,
movie.
"Are you mansplaining?" And I'm just like, "Did you really have to put it there? Like, no one cares."
No. Hold on that part. Like, let's rewind that a little. Woo! Okay, I think Jenna Ortega is alright. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all guys out. I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
The
Like,
point I
I
was
think
trying to
she's-
make is that people give it a pass.
I'm not gonna comment on that on the screen.
she's cute.
Oh, God,
Okay,
no, don't
She's
mention
cute.
that show. We know the show. Don't mention it.
Okay,
She cute.
I was gonna talk about that. Like, hold on, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do want to say something about like the year movies. But I feel like it's not the worst year movies. It's just not the most memorable years.
Yeah.
It's
Year
very
movie.
forgettable.
It's very forgettable. Like you really just remember like 2 or 3 movies.
At least we had communication, though.
Yeah, I look on film Twitter, and the films that they mostly talk about throughout the year is Top Gun Maverick, The Batman, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. 3 great films. To me, I feel like the problem with cinema nowadays and moviegoers is that we don't give movies that are like in smaller scale, like
Yep, that's the problem.
a chance. Indie movies, we don't give them a chance. It goes under the radar.
With those movies, you just have to hope that they get enough. Like one thing I can shout out, right, is I don't know if it will stand the test of time, but you guys know the Terrifier, right?
Yeah.
When I first heard of
That's a
that,
good movie.
I was
I saw
like,
it.
I have no idea what it's about or whatever. But I looked into it deeper. There were people on forums and on just the internet that were saying we now have potential for a new character to break into the mold of Pennywise, Jason, Michael, Freddy, and Ghost. And as soon as that was said, I was like, oh my God, that's huge. To break into that mold, that's an accomplishment because let's be real, as much as they're in the pop culture zeitgeist, half their movies suck, right? And and even fewer than that are even actually good. Looking at you, Halloween Ends. So, and Rob Zombie and everything else. So when I heard of that, I was like, okay, that's really good. That means that not only is there something that's that good where people can go, okay, that's a really good horror film. To have it in that conversation, obviously time will tell if it does or not, but to have it in that conversation, that's good. That's huge. To break into that category of those regular 6 or 7 main people. But then, like, as we were saying earlier, Darius, just piggybacking off what you're saying, RJ, with that Terrifier example, I just hope that some of these movies get a little niche following, and then over time it grows, and then it gets the respect it deserves, and then eventually they can embed themselves.
Just to piggyback off that, I think a lot of that is like we got to stop the antagonism between like big blockbuster movies and small movies. You can like both.
You can like both.
Can we
You
stop
don't
this
have to be
either
elite
or?
about it.
You're either a corporate shill if you like big movies, or you're a pretentious asshole if you like small movies. You can like both. I like both.
Yeah,
both is good.
Yeah.
Like on film Twitter, you just see like this like civil war.
I need to take my side.
stop going to go see big budget movies. You're just giving money to the corporations. Shut up.
You're just trying to be against the grain. You just want to
imagine telling me how to spend
one.
my money, and then on the other end you have, if you like everything everywhere all at once, you're a pretentious asshole. You just like it because critics told you to like it because they no,
because it's 5 stars.
I genuinely like it. Like,
can we just like stop this?
Well, this is like part of a larger conversation of a way to basically people to put you in a box to duke around the conversation and just go, hey, right, you like that movie? Bang, you're in that box. That's it. Yep. Bye-bye.
I was gonna tell Jacob, like, you're old enough to where you remember where like you can have conversations.
You could have real conversations with people.
You can have real conversations.
I'm gonna block you. You can have
like, I don't like this movie. This is why. Bam, bam, bam. Look, it could be a popular movie.
I mourn those days because you could literally, like, aside from us, like, make no mistake, people watching this now or after the fact, we're an anomaly. Most people are online with this stuff. Okay. If you were to interact with them in the real world, they wouldn't mention their pop culture fan or whatever, purely for the simple reason is we've become so accustomed to this person doesn't agree with me. Oh, I've got a block button. Can't communicate.
We disagree all the time, and we just leave it at that. It's that simple.
Yeah. You know what solidifies it? How many times do we all argue all the time about movies? And then we're like, you want to go crush some beers? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go crush a beer. That's how it should be.
The one thing that I've noticed within these past few years, it's like you used to be able to have different political views. You could have all different things, and you could still get on with one another. Now it's like, stay away from me. I don't like you. And
it's because we've got a bunch of people out there on this particular platform in particular, that like to, encourage the stereotypes and enforce the trends by doing a bunch of otherworldly behavior. And what that does is it breeds more of the same BS. And those kinds of people belong in the basement and they never leave the basement. Yep. Whereas with people that you interact with in the real world, like even if you're going, I don't know, you're going to get some takeout, McDonald's, whatever it is, you can still interact with people and have those conversations, but it's so rare now because everyone's become so accustomed to labeling it as a box kind of thing. So going back to, the types of movies that people enjoy, it's much easier to put someone in a box rather than have a conversation.
It's like, I'll give you an example. These two love Wakanda forever. I fucking don't and everything, but it doesn't mean a fucking relationship.
Said that with his chest.
Everything. Like, that's just the way it is. Yeah, like,
said that with your chest too. Damn.
But like what you're saying is like, there's this movie that recently came out by Damien Chazelle. It's called Babylon, and it celebrates. I'm not going to spoil it, but the movie celebrates film as a whole.
Oh, I want to see it so badly when it comes.
It has its problems, but it's a damn good movie, and it was a breath of fresh air, and it kind of like pissed me off like after seeing it because it's not being talked about at all. Yep. Part of the reason is because it's the marketing, because it's got like huge stars, Margot Robbie and Brad Pitt.
It has a big budget because you have to pay the stars. They just don't market it for some reason.
Yeah. And
it doesn't have a
I had to see it twice because that's how much I liked it and appreciated it, because it celebrates film and like dreams, and that stuff can come true for people if you just keep believing.
That's powerful. That's real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it also talks about like the cons of going too deep in worlds, and it fully goes in with that. And
I'm gonna see this movie now.
It's good. I recommend you see it. But this is my problem with cinema nowadays, is that people's opinions about something is based off their narrative. Like, when people say this was a bad year in a film, in what way? Like blockbusters? Like what genre?
It's all subjective for the most part, and it depends. Like, what movies we're really talking about. Like, if we're talking about mostly, let's just call it what it is, whether it be Marvel, DC, Halloween Ends, or Jurassic World, those things, then yeah, absolutely. Because
it wasn't as good, but
then you've got so many movies that fly under the radar
because they don't have a team.
Because you know, and
Doesn't
it's
have a
heartbreaking because there's more. And I'm, oh God, you see, this is the thing. Now I'm gonna get. Oh well, you're just in that elitist bracket. You just you think 5-star. Shut up. So essentially, those movies deserve more appreciation, but they don't get it because they're not part of the big elite company.
And
you know, that's the other problem.
Another issue I have is that,
but it's not new. It's
like you said, Jacob.
It's been going on for years.
People are making films nowadays for these streaming platforms, and
it's the streaming wars. Huge change.
They're just, the quality is just,
it's arse. Like the reason why it's so arse is because they want to have something to advertise for the streaming service to say, hey, join this month, we've got this dropping. You know, and the problem with that, and where the creativity suffers, is that the work that's going into these projects. I'm not going to dismiss the hard work that goes into it. It's, people still work their asses off, but it's just a case of
the deadlines.
Especially if you look at something like Kenobi, where you're taking something right that is literally one of the most sacred storylines in Star Wars, and it literally felt like an advertisement for Disney.
Bro,
Plus.
when you have one of the top people that does the graphics for Marvel says like he doesn't want to do it anymore because the schedule is just making him gone crazy.
People forget there are real people who work on these things. Like, I know it's great to get these announcements and the streaming service has this dropping and that dropping, but it's like that there are, you see that, I have to always say it, you see that credit roll at the end of the movie? There's a reason that's there. That's everyone that worked on that film. It wasn't just one person. It was like, it's a collaborative effort.
That's another thing. Can we stop just giving? Okay, directors do have an important job. Okay, they do. They do. They're not the only person that make movies, bro.
And not the only person.
You have writers. You have lighting people. You have makeup people. You have costume people. You have set designers.
Some are more important, if not as important, as the director.
Because I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes directors don't do shit. Like sometimes they don't.
You'll sometimes see the behind the scenes, right? And the director most action directors going action, and that's it.
Most action directors, like most like Marvel directors, don't actually do much. Like most, they don't do that much. Comparison to like other directors, they don't do as much because they basically have the way they want to make the movie decided before the movie's made. Like that's the reality.
That's why some directors, I may not like some of the content that they produce. Like, take Zack Snyder, for instance, okay? I may not necessarily like some of the stuff he's put out, but one thing I can't dispute is he puts his all into his films. He's all in. And regardless of whether I like the end product or not, he's all in. And that I can hugely respect.
You got him, Raimi. Like, Stan Raimi always has a style in the movie. Whether it's good or not, he always has a style.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
And then you have Ryan Coogler does the same thing. He always puts his fingerprints on the movie.
Hey, on a quick side note, I just want to say Ryan Coogler literally built the world of Wakanda and Atlantis back to back. So
my boy, give him his respect, bro.
Yeah, give him his respect, bro. He knows
the
world.
But like,
also, he built 2 worlds, and DC couldn't even.
Also, as a writer, I need to say this. I need to get on my soapbox. Can you stop blaming us when things go bad, but don't give us credit when things go right? Because that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to do that. When a movie's good, you don't hear shit about the writer. You don't hear anything at all. You don't hear anything about the writer.
Sometimes they'll get mentioned for the generosity.
Unless you're Tarantino and you write your movies and you direct, that's the only time.
Yeah, no one else gets any credit.
But when a movie is bad, y'all go out of your way to look up writers' names. Like, who wrote this shit, bro? Like, who wrote this?
This is the writer that ruined my childhood.
Unless it's the one who wrote Unforgettable,
it's gonna be bad. That's what they do.
I mean, unless it's the one who wrote Unforgettable, I think we can all agree.
And like, here's the thing about that: a movie can have a good writer and still be shit. Like, you don't. Like, I can write something great, but if the director doesn't know how to translate it and things go wrong, it can still come out looking like
so
shit.
many different variables. So many.
If there's one little piece out of place, you're screwed.
Look, Derek, you know what? I'll use the Duel of the Fates, story treatments as an example. Everyone's like, this would be so much better than Rise of Skywalker. How do you know? It's just concepts. How do you know?
Shit, bro.
It's like you've got like General Hux committing suicide and some bullshit in there. That's all right. I already don't like it. Ray Solana, that's stupid. It's just as stupid as Ray. It's just as stupid as Ray Palpatine. What's the difference?
Kylo just dies.
Kylo just dies. Like, I know Rise of Skywalker wasn't great, but it's only because you have another movie to compare it against that everyone's like, oh, Duel of the Fates would have been so much better. You don't know. It's concepts.
Yeah.
Just because it's good on image doesn't mean it's going to translate well on screen. Like that's a
Star Wars is coming out.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong or right. If this is the analogy, there's the movie you write, the movie you shoot, and the movie you edit, and the movie you release, or something.
Yeah,
like, it's basically like there's 3 or 4 different stages.
They're all drastically different. They're not going to look the same.
The movie you intend to release is not going to be the one you release because it's always changing.
Because first off, you're going to rewrite it yourself 3 different times. Then the studio is going to look at it and be like, "Yo, what if you did this instead?" You're like, "Okay, I'm going to do that." Then the director's going to be like, "Yo, what if we did this? I want to do this." You're like, "Okay, I'll do that." And then you might get scenes cut out of the movie when it's editing.
And then what if a suit says, "Hey, maybe instead of shooting it in Brazil, you shoot it in China"?
Yep.
Damn.
Like,
well, it's true.
No, it's true.
I needed to hijack this. Writers need more damn respect.
Because that happens. That's legit. Like that really happens. Like it's all these little variables that crop up.
Can you add that for like the next one, please?
Yeah, we need our damn respect. We need our damn respect. Because
I mean, you see, what's the thing that's always wound me up is that, you know, even with like something like Top Gun, I'm glad that it's got its appraisal and everyone's talking about Tom Cruise and the director, and that's great. But hold on a minute. Can we talk about the writing behind this?
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee you, no one knows who the fuck that is. No one knows who it is.
Guaranteed.
Like real talk, like the director and the writer, like Tom Cruise even said he wasn't gonna do Top Gun Maverick 2 or whatever. Like they were gonna try to do this without him or whatever. And they said like they had 20 minutes just to pitch it to Tom Cruise or whatever. And he said like, oh fuck yeah, we can do this shit. Let's go. Like
you get to a point where you don't necessarily know if it's going to translate, but you can feel it immediately. Literally, the feeling I had watching Top Gun Maverick the first time, within the first 10 minutes, I was like, movie of the year. Yep. Easy. And then you just know.
To go with the movie we're going to talk about later, Civil War, the Russo brothers. Everyone knows them, right? You know who the fuck wrote the movie? I guarantee you don't.
No, it's like, yeah. Oh, everyone's like, oh, the Russo brothers. It's like, yeah, but hold on a minute. Yeah, they're great, but who wrote the movie?
Christopher Marquez and Stephen McFeely, writers.
Mm-hmm. Jacob, why am I the antagonist? Wait, RJ, so me against RJ?
I don't know if I'm the voice of reason.
I wouldn't say I'm the antagonist.
So wait, so what makes me comedic relief?
I just don't fucking exist, apparently.
Right, so I'm the antagonist, the voice of reason, the protagonist, and the comedic relief.
I don't exist. Hi.
He's done.
You know what? You do realize I exist. Hello. Sorry, am I wearing a fucking invisible coat?
You know the Power Rangers clip.
Adam, you're the writer. No one cares who you are. You're the writer.
I know. It's fine. That's fine by me. Hey,
you know the Power Rangers. You know the Power Rangers clip where it's like, you know, red is the perfect one, black's the bad boy, and then yellow, she's the girl. What are you? I'm Scottish.
I'm fucking Scottish, right? That's what I'm, right?
You gotta get that quick, dude.
I didn't know I was wearing camo, but okay, cool. Like, fucking, do I hang out with Casper or something? Am I just, like, fucking, yo, Casper, bud, do you want to just come hang out at this point?
Hey, go on, King Press. I'm the protagonist.
Okay. Well, it's starting to hit 38 minutes on this subject, guys.
Yeah, I think we can have a part 2 to this, like screenwriters.
I think part 2. Okay.
Before we go on, can I please piggyback off of one thing, right? You know what these movies for streaming services remind me of? The made-for-TV movies that just fucking suck, that no one cares about. You know the sequels to everything that you didn't want. That's what
Steven Seagal movies.
Straight I'm always the nice karate guy who also always gets the girl.
Lifetime movies? It's Lifetime.
Oh, Lifetime movies.
No. What's worse is Hallmark movies.
Oh,
Christmas time. Christmas time and Valentine's.
Power Rangers RPM.
My mother loves those movies. I don't know.
Also, another movie.
That'll be coming.
Glass Onion. Why was that in theaters? Why was Glass Onion
why wasn't that?
Netflix? Like, why?
Okay, I need to say something about that real quick. This pisses me off. Netflix, you just missed out on making $1 million, like a couple million, whatever. It's not gonna make $1 billion, but you get the point. That movie was so high quality I'm like, this is on Netflix. I was watching, and I'm like, this
You
should
know what?
be.
And to link back to what we were saying earlier
I felt
about
dirty watching it on Netflix. I was like, why am I
about
watching this on a small screen? Like, what?
like just to link back to what we were saying about writers and directors, like I may not have necessarily liked what Rian Johnson did with The Last Jedi, but it doesn't mean by definition that he's a bad writer when you look at something like Knives Out.
Writers can grow, guys. Writers can grow. Like, they can
Or
get better.
Sometimes things just aren't for you. You know?
Best way to explain it is if you've ever
Like,
written
no
a
one
song
did-
when you're 14, do you look at it and go, that was a masterpiece? Hell no.
Jesus, I look at a song I wrote when I was that age. I was like, wow, wow. I'll be smacking myself on the back of the head.
When he first started, like his first movie wasn't like Inception or Tenet or The Dark Knight. He got better as he went along. Like
I feel like
you have to just work your way, bro. And sometimes
you know,
some movies are just not good for you.
Do you know the guys who wrote Dark World are the same guys who wrote Infinity War and Endgame and Civil War?
Yeah. Yep. They're like, the Russo. Since the hold on a minute here, the same people who wrote the Dark, like you know,
writers get better, bro. Sometimes they just
everybody has a bad.
Well, everyone can have a bad season, you know.
Yeah.
It happens. You know, it's
Not
not
all
every
the time. Everybody's entitled to one bad season.
it's like
not every Robbie video I release is going to be amazing.
Bro, it's like LeBron James. LeBron James has a shit game. He might even have 2 straight shit games. Does that make him a bad player?
You know what happens when LeBron has a shit game? Everyone's like, "Oh, he's trash. He's not the good."
And he still has 26 to 30 points.
That's
more than
what they say.
Even as a casual like me, even I can tell. Like, as soon as LeBron has one bad game, maybe because he's just not feeling it.
He's dog shit.
He's dog shit, bro. He's so trash.
He's never in the game.
Never in the game.
I need to say you, but it's because you will only be the one to know about it. It's like when Andy Murray wins at tennis, he's all of a sudden British, but when he loses, he's Scottish.
Every time he wins, we're like, yeah, Britain. Anytime he loses, he's Scottish.
He's Scottish. What did you expect?
You know what?
So true.
For the US, when our soccer team is good, let's go US, let's go America.
Yeah, that is true.
USA. Oh man, we lost.
That is true, actually. Yeah.
We don't care about soccer anyway, bro. We don't even care.
That is true. Yes.
Anyway. You know why we're saying that? Because we did it. That's why.
Because we did it too, man. we're all doing that out here. What's the most absolute shit movie? Halloween Ends, other than He's All That. No, He's All That's just bad.
No, there's
Halloween Ends is probably the worst movie I've ever seen.
There's worse movies, bro.
I watched
The Roommate. The Roommate's pretty bad.
The Room is an awful dude. The Room might be the worst movie.
The Room's the worst movie ever, but it's also that bad. It's funny.
It's a classic now. It is a classic.
It's hilarious.
It's just because it's not hilariously bad that's why it's successful.
No. The Roommate is worse than The Room.
The Roommate's
so bad.
What's the next topic on our agenda?
It's 43 minutes in. Let's switch it up. Okay. So yeah. Like I said, we were talking about perseverance, and we were talking about people never giving up. But boy, this fan base never gives up.
Before we start, can we just skip this subject, please? Because I really,
I've been with Danny come together all year long. We ain't skipping nothing.
Danny, let's go. I got something to say to the Snyder fans.
Let's stay negative.
I got something to say to the Snyder fans. I got something to say to them.
Okay, so the Snyderverse fans. Now don't attack me because guess what? I love Man of Steel. Okay, sorry.
What am I doing? There we go.
The Snyder fans don't attack me. I love Man of Steel, and I like the Snyder Cut and some of his other movies. I like 300. Don't attack me, but guys, come on, man. It's done, but like the thing is, they can still. This can actually happen, though. It actually can happen. But I'm gonna give it to Darius. I'm gonna give it to Darius since he wants to talk about it.
Darius, this is all you, bro. You see, we're a democracy.
Snyder fans, I understand that it's been a rough few years for you. I get it. It's been a rough few years. Like you've had a bit of a shitstorm. You had the initial thing with Justice League being taken over by Joss Whedon, and that didn't go well. and that was a shit movie. And then you
did
spend 2 years, or I forgot how long it was. Was it like 4 years where they were like
About
campaigning?
It was about 4 or 5 years for the Snyder Cut.
Was that?
It was about about 4 years. You spent 4 years campaigning for
adding in another video.
The Snyder Cut. And and some of you took that shit way too far. Some of you
too serious.
Like we're talking about death threats. We're talking about other things that I'm not allowed to say.
That's where it makes me ashamed to be a nerd of anything.
Monetized. There's been some you guys said some pretty did some pretty messed up stuff. Some of you did. Some of you were chill about it, and I respect that. Then you got Snyder Cut.
Shout out to Dave the Film Junkie. He was chill. He's chill.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
Mm-hmm.
But then we got it, and it was pretty good. I liked it. I have some problems with it, but that's not what we're talking about. All right.
Yeah.
Now,
shit.
We got James Gunn. He's taking over. James Gunn and Peter Safran, because they have to mention that because no one knows where that guy is. But we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, let's hope he's actually working on the movies.
Like, I think he went with the Snyderverse. Like, he's just gone.
Gone, reduced to atoms.
Hold on. Before you continue, I would not be surprised if Peter just said, "I'm out. I don't want no part of this."
Shut up.
Hell no.
I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Shut your mouth.
I just have to play it.
But now we're at a point where, and then Henry Cavill. Then we have we have Black Adam, and then the Henry Cavill. Everyone's happy for 2 months, and then Henry Cavill's gone again for good. It seems like.
I just want to interject. A big reason why I gave the movie a pass was for Black Adam, not Black Adam, for Henry Cavill, and now, carry on.
And now,
at least you admit it.
We're at a point where it looks like DC is going in a different direction.
You know what you're doing then.
DC's going in a new direction, right? Kind of, because they're still releasing movies next year, and we don't know what they have to do with what they're doing now. It's a mess, all right? So now, you're trying now. All of a sudden, James Gunn's basically said it's going to be a full reboot. It seems like no one's coming back, but you guys are still holding on. You're still trying to make this. Still trying to make this happen. It's not happening.
I think at this point, right?
Not gonna happen.
I don't know whose thumbnail it was the other day, but literally all I saw when I saw this news was I'm like, okay, right, hold on a second here. Hold on a second. With everything that's going, I don't care. I don't give a fuck about the DCEU anymore. After this Henry Cavill, I'm done. You get rid of all of it. Like, it's time to let old things die. Let the past die. Kill it if you have to.
I gotta go Kylo Ren. You're still holding on. Let the past die. Kill it if you have to.
Can I interject right quick?
It's time to. It's just. I'll play the Triple H clip. Just
I have to say this. You really think that they're gonna have 3 different timelines? You really think they're gonna have the Matt Reeves timeline, the James Gunn timeline, and the fucking Snyder timeline at the same time?
I hate to break it to you, Snyder fans, and I'm very sorry. It pains me to say this too, but we need to accept it. Once Shazam 2 is done, once Aquaman 2 is done, once Flash is whatever the hell's happening with that movie, and inevitably right, we need to just accept that it's done. Like it, it's the end. It's over. It's over. Like it's finished. Like they've already made it clear they're going back to formula, and we can't. I think this is the process of like grief. You know, like it eventually people will get to acceptance at some point.
You know, it's not, because they've been stuck in denial phase for it's been 5 years.
Yeah, it's been 5 years.
No, it's been 5 years, bro.
And they've already said they're restarting. I think we just gotta,
And let's say they did do it. Do you really want Netflix to be in charge of the Snyder? You really want Netflix to be in charge of the Snyderverse?
Hey, that first Suicide Squad movie, that will become the norm if Netflix.
I don't think you do. I don't think you want that. I really don't think so. I really don't think you want
After RJ's done, let me talk about it a little bit.
Let me say this.
RJ.
Go ahead, RJ.
Okay, listen. This is what's pissed me off about Snyder fans. They say stuff that's not going to happen. Like
denial is a wonderful thing.
It's been really apparent the last 3 years, really 5, but the last 3 years, they're like, oh my god, Snyder's coming back, Ben Affleck's coming back, No, he's not. Okay, it's not happening. He already said he's done.
The olive branch that I grabbed onto was Henry Cavill. Like that was what I glommed onto because it was it was like legitimate. And then DC went and took a shit in all our mouths. So with that being the case, as I said, it goes back to what I said. You scrap it completely. Done.
But Ben Affleck literally said he lost his passion for the damn character.
Yeah. What? So even if he came back, he'd only be coming back for a cameo.
If he said he's lost his passion for the character, what do you think that means, moron?
And you know what? There's so much mess now.
Also, I want to bring this up that nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about the fact that how would that even work? Because Warner Brothers has the rights to those characters.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you about that.
It makes no sense to sell it. Where did this rumor come from? May I ask?
If they sell, hold on, this is the most stupidest thing I have ever heard.
I was going to tell you, like, this can actually happen though. Like,
how? You
can license out your characters.
It could happen, but I think with the amount of bad
but
PR,
it's not gonna happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think with the amount of bad PR that surrounds this, and just the can of worms that is it.
Yeah,
I think from me, Warner Brothers, James Gunn, Saffron is still alive, right?
Because
they want to bury this as much as possible.
Like, because I was gonna tell you guys, like, technically they can do it, but I don't think David Zasloff ain't finna do any of that. He's like, fuck that.
Right, I'm going to give RJ 5 minutes because I've been cutting him off like 4 times. Sorry, RJ. Get back to your point, RJ.
This is okay.
Get back to your point.
Snyder fans
Get
are
back
like,
to your point. Come on.
Shut up. Snyder fans are like Skip Bayless when it comes to Michael Jordan. They just won't let it go. They just keep. You know, Darius and King will know what I'm talking about. You know how Skip Bayless will always find a way, find something? That's what Snyder fans do. They always find a way. They find something. They're like they just find a way. Okay, why on earth would you want this to happen? Okay, like Darius said, if DC does this, we're gonna get Wednesday and freaking Justice League 2. Okay, bunch of teenage bullshit.
Joker and Harley Quinn in school.
Love triangle with Ben Affleck.
Don't even give them ideas.
Okay, so like, let me talk with the Star fans real quick. Listen, guys, I'm just gonna say this. Business-wise, I see where you're going. Shout out to my movie news too, like that. Our movie news. He's a real good guy. He's from the UK, by the way, too. Like he's a really good
fellow UK dude. It's nice to know.
Yeah, he covers a lot of DC news or whatever, and he's been on.
Well, at least I know there's some nuanced people in the UK as well. That's important.
Yeah, but like when he was talking about the business side, I was saying like, yeah, that actually makes sense because other companies do when they license out their characters to other people.
Dog shit.
So like technically it can happen, but seeing as there is a management of like that's not gonna fucking happen, like you know what I'm saying? Like you want to know
WB and Netflix they're competitors. Why would WB do that?
See, the thing is,
I think also, especially when you put in context, like the amount of bad PR now that surrounds the Snyderverse entirely, they want to bury it.
The thing is, like, because like
at this point,
like Netflix and like Warner Brothers, they haven't been on the best of terms on like a lot of their contracts. From what I've been looking up, like they're not really that much friends, and I don't see that ever happening or whatever. Guys, you gotta let it go.
I can't believe this, man. Like,
you gotta let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
We'll be. We're like old and crippled. Yeah, you had people still be like, Snyderverse, restore Snyderverse. Like old people, old wrinkly Snyder fans.
It's like, bro, I get it. I love Henry Cavill. I love Gal Gadot. I like Ray Fisher. I like Ben Affleck. Screw Ezra Miller. That dude can.
Yeah, no, fuck that dude. I'll say it on stream.
That dude,
that guy talking about being a gangster, man. Fuck off, bro. You get shit kicked out of him.
I mean, I love all those characters, but guys, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's just the equivalent of she's not going to sleep with you. It's not happening, dog. Like, like no matter how much you think you got a chance, you don't, and everything. She out of your league and everything. That's what it is. It's the hot girl that has put you in the brother zone. It's not happening, dog. And everything. It's not happening. They're not doing it, and you need to give up, or else you're looking stupid and everything. Stop it. You're making it bad for like DC fans as it is. You guys are grasping on straws. You're just hoping that this girl will like you. It's not happening.
Look, the movies that you love as Snyder fans will always be there. But I think we've got, like, do you know what really done it for me? It's the minute Henry Cavill was out. That was it. I was like, okay, that's it. It's done. It's over.
It's
because
done.
Every other piece of connective tissue means nothing now. Because you've lost you've not just, let's just call it what it is. Man of Steel is the centerpiece of the entire DC EU saga. You've now lost the Tony Stark of the whole shebang. That's it. Yep. Like, it's done. So 3-4 movies from now, we're literally restarting fresh. So accept it, people. Don't even go.
You have something to say?
Don't even go see Aquaman. Just wait till they go on streaming.
I'll watch Blue Beetle because I gotta support my boy.
For sure. Well, yeah.
Adam, I think you have something to say.
I think that'll be the best DC movie this year. Blue Beetle's gonna be the best. Mark my words.
Adam.
Blue Beetle will be the best.
He's been really quiet.
Trust me, right? The thing that I want to point out to Snyderverse fans, right? Ben Affleck was in more Kevin Smith movies than Batman movies.
Oh, wow.
That should show you how much passion he has for those movies compared to Batman. That's how you know it's bad. When he would rather be in a humorous, very stoner flick comedy than do another Batman film.
True.
That is true.
Very, very true.
Also, top of this, right? I understand that you like your Snyderverse, right? You got your movie. Now shut up about it. That's all you need to do.
Exactly.
That's all you need to do now. Like, you got it.
Entitled.
At least you got it.
I
Most people don't get it.
understand that you guys want to see how it would have unfolded, but I think the Snyder cut is literally just, it's your end. It's done.
It's the end, bro. You gotta let it go.
One thing I've said this before. King, this goes back to like the very first few streams. All this
nostalgia.
Y'all do this over a grown man? Like he ain't like I'm sure Zack Snyder is a nice guy, but y'all are like doing all this campaign.
All right, look, he's a great filmmaker, but let's not pretend he's like Jesus. Like, come on.
That's what I'm saying. Like, good Lord, man.
Dude, but the thing
that was really the early conversations on those early streams.
The thing is, like, I'm getting tired of the Snyder fans. Is like, and once again, Snyder fans, don't tap me. I like Man of Steel, and I like Wonder Woman, and I like all that except for 84 and the Birds of Prey bullshit. But other than that, listen, just because Zack Snyder liked the tweet on Netflix doesn't mean that he's gonna
on that. People read way too much into that. Like, they do the same with just to use sport as an example. Sometimes anytime Lionel Messi has liked a tweet relating to Chelsea over the last few years, he's gonna sign for Chelsea. Like, that's like, anytime.
That was so annoying.
People are so overreactionary.
He's going to Chelsea. It's
like the amount of times I've been on. I mean, I don't go on Twitter nowadays because it's a fucking shithole. But you know, whenever you're on Twitter, you just like stuff, you scroll, you like stuff, you scroll. You're not really giving it a second thought. So if you're one of the types that will literally do this, is like, Zack Snyder liked a tweet, and using that as your source, I need to talk to Evan about that. I worry because it's not a sustainable way to just let it go. Let it go. It's done. Okay, it's done. I'm sorry. It's finished. It's done. It's over.
It's the equivalent of the hot girl that's not gonna bang you, bro.
Done. It's finished.
She's like, you're
it's
weird.
Like any other raid, you got on it. Now get the fuck off.
King, Danny, and RJ know what I mean. Danny, remember what I said? Didn't you? When you give a mouse a cookie, you want another one.
Give it one more,
and then another one, and then another one. It's like, bro.
Now, could now to play devil's advocate, was there hope? Yes, absolutely. There was. It's done now. After this, I literally remember saying it as soon as Henry was announced as done, and he said it himself. I was like, yeah, that's it. It's finished. It's over. Like, it's done. But but we still got Shazam and that they're done as well. This is the
okay. The movies that are coming out this year, they mean nothing.
They mean nothing. At all. Like, I've said it about 50 times. Those movies, right? And what I can gauge from the information that The Rock has shared or the actors have shared, they'll still be kept around in a multiverse sense. But in terms of the main universe, the flagship characters or actors of the DC brand, they ain't it anymore. This is their exit path.
And here's the thing:
because they're all fucking good. But
the best case for the Snyder fans, James Gunn might incorporate some of the unused concepts from the Snyderverse in his own movies.
Or they can do animation where the cast can come back and
they do what I think they're going to do once they build up the new universe 10 years from now, whatever. They could bring some back in multiverse. You know, that's all you'll get. Like literally, what I got from the Rock post. No, he won't be back. But literally, what I got from the Rock's post was like how they can use Black Adam. I was like, okay, they're going to reduce him to multiverse. That's what they're going to do. Like, so that instantly told me everything that's DCEU from now till Blue Beetle is exit road. It's done. So enjoy the ending, Snyder. I'm sorry. I know people don't want to hear it. Shazam, Aquaman, and Flash are your final movies. Like, that's it.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, Shazam was barely Snyderverse anyway, but that's a different story.
Yeah. It could, and that's the thing. The universe was barely even connected anyway. It was about as connected as a Jenga tower.
There's so many plot holes. Like Wonder Woman can fly, but she can't. It's like,
and not to mention the constant changes in appearance of like the Aquaman, like, you know.
Mira's accent.
Let it go.
Times. Like, what? Like,
just burn the fucking universe down at this point.
Because like when shout out to the nuanced Snyderverse fans that actually know business. They even said like, yo, hey, this ain't like the chances of them like giving it out will be kind of stupid or whatever. It's not happening. Like, it
ain't happening. Do you know where this has probably stemmed from? And I hate to say it, but there are fans like this that will purposefully put this stuff out there themselves to try and generate traction to get it happening. Like
dude, this is another thing to talk about. These scoopers on Instagram, on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube that Doom. You know what I
was gonna say. I can't
Doomcock. You know, if you know.
That dude. Mike
Zero's
for
another
meme
one.
Purposes, for info, no.
Mike Zero's another one.
Mike Zero is the definition of that dude has hacked the system, right? When I tell you that dude's made a living.
How has
he has made a living off of?
How does he have a channel?
Yeah, that dude has hacked the system.
How does he have a channel?
Bro, when I
real life Agent Smith hacked himself into it.
No, he's literally hacked the Matrix. Like his videos blow up to like 50k views over the most pointless shit, and all he does is say buzzwords. Like he uses buzzwords to make it sound like he
lies to your face for 15 minutes every video.
He just lies. Every video. Do you know what? We know certain people like this. Every video he makes is based off of a comment in a comment section. He then makes a video about it and expands upon it. There are people like that still are on the platform.
Do they stretch out their pigtails?
That Lucasfilm was considering bringing back Mace Windu in some sort of capacity, possibly.
Bro, I remember when Rise of Skywalker was done.
Maybe in the future.
As soon as Rise of Skywalker was done, right, one of his first videos was Ben Solo return, Adam Driver coming back. What? And all the Raylos were in the comments, and I was like, "You know what you're doing. I know exactly. I see the game. I see what you're doing.
Like, listen,
exactly what you're doing."
And let me tell you right. I'm gonna be honest right now. I have reported his channel so many times for like misinformation, and he's somehow like. He's still up. Like, how does he still have a channel?
Still got back. You know what's even madder? You know the stupidity of people, right? They still
got 286k songs.
He's hacked the system, bro. Like, I'm sorry. There's people go in his comment section.
He made a video saying New Lucasfilm president is coming. Change plans by Disney.
Bullshit for a laugh.
Listen,
Go in the comment section.
Time out real quick.
Hold
Time
on,
out
hold
real
on.
Hold on,
Go
let
in
me
the
read
comment
this.
section. Go in
Favreau
the comment
says this
section
will
and
make
tell me,
fans
doesn't
go
everyone in
insane.
there still believe it?
Grogu's identity leaked.
We already know his identity. What the hell are you talking about?
Bro,
We already know his
go
identity.
in the comment section.
You're muted.
Hold on.
A whole load of comments that say, OMG, I agree with you, Mike. This is crazy.
I always tell people this, like for the people that says,
Bullshit on the
"Oh,
platform."
like I would always
He's
tell
a
Star
geek.
Wars fan, I'll be telling Star Wars fans in the comment section sometimes, every once in a while I cook want to see a good video. Every time I want to see a good
Go
video,
on his channel
I'll
quick.
be telling people this. When the people say that Kathleen Kennedy is gonna leave, I'm like, listen, that ain't gonna happen until she's ready to go. Okay, like she's senior. Like everybody's scared of her at Lucasfilm. They ain't happening, dog. She gonna leave until she's damn good and ready.
Serious. One of the comments said, "Oh, Supreme's leader Snoke is returning in season 3 of Mandalorian."
Where did you get that idea?
Where did you get this from?
What, it's going to be a hologram?
They reference Snoke briefly does not mean he's coming. Do you know what it is, right? Do you know when Mike Zero's sick, right? Do you know when Mike Zero's a real G, he's a gangster, right? Andy Serkis was just in Andor, so he's like, oh well, if he appears in Andor, then maybe he could appear in Mandalorian season 3. Then that's the kind of the guy uploads like 10 videos a day. He's hacked the system. 286K? Are you mad? How is his channel still going?
Bro,
Also, can I ask a very important question?
You got me out here that's putting genuine content out there and real discussion, and you got a bunch of these bullshit con artists that are just hacked. They know the game. They know.
This man lies to your face every. How are you still He lies to your
Why
face?
are you still watching?
Can I also ask an important question? Why do they want a nutsack to appear? That's all Snoke looked like anyway. So what does it matter if he returns or not? He sat there for a movie going, be back.
Zero in Marvel.
Chaos
multiverse.
I think people just like reading bullshit.
Yeah.
But that's why I just keep on saying, like, listen.
I think people just like seeing BS.
Like, do people? Let me tell you right. Do people like being lied to? Do people? People
genuinely like being lied to?
Because if that's the case, I can do that. I can do that too.
Videos is that mofo uploaded in a day? Like 5?
I'm sorry, guys. Like, listen.
I'm in the wrong business, bro.
I don't like Kathleen Kennedy. Okay, I've been 100% saying I can't wait until that woman leaves or whatever. But these people be saying like, "Oh, she's gonna leave. She's gonna." No, you don't understand.
No.
She's
we want her to leave, so she's not going to.
I'm gonna tell you
when
what
she retires, she'll leave.
She's gonna leave until she's damn good and ready. Like until she's damn good and ready.
I used to believe all that BS. Oh, Kathleen Kennedy's going to be out. Next day, we're confirming she's on a new contract extension. I'm like, oh, hold on a minute here. Hold on a minute.
Because at the end of the day, whether you like the projects, she makes the money. They're not going to fire her.
I'll give you the Marvel equivalent, Chaos Multiverse. He made a video. You know how Jonathan Majors said he wants to fight Thor in the MCU? This man said, "Oh, actor teases Thor versus King fight in Avengers 5."
You see, do you know what? Right, I forgot who said. Do you know the channel Hello Greedo? I know you might know Darius.
Oh yeah, I love Hello
Greedo.
So he made a great comparison once. He said, steadily over the years, YouTube has begun to look like the National Enquirer.
Yeah, they like tabloids, dude. Yep. They literally look like tabloids.
It's like newspaper articles and stuff. I'm like, yo, like imagine this thing's a pop culture stream. If we had 100 people watching, the next day it would be like, oh my god, Chosen One said this in his stream. You won't believe this.
Bro,
it's like
you know what these guys always have in the thumbnail? You see a red circle. Something's in a red circle. A bunch of arrows pointing at it. You know what I'm talking about.
And it'll be a picture of like me there that's like stretched and
with lasers in their eyes.
you know, really expanded upon and grainy, you know.
Bro, I'm in the wrong
We got
business.
a lot of channels like that still on this platform.
I'm in the wrong business, bro. I could be a scooper, make up some stupid name.
If I had no integrity and I had no morals, I would be grifting the hell out of pop culture. That's
Making
why
stupid
Think about it. It's like us doing a stream of saying why Halloween Ends is the best movie ever, just because we know it will get people to watch it.
Halloween
That's
Ends
why
was
we're good
amazing.
people. We
Here's
don't do
why.
that to you.
I can lie my ass off. I could be like Ben Affleck confirmed for Secret Wars. I can just make up shit, just like dumb, like I can make up anything.
Make it up. This is cool. I can just say anything.
Why Corey should have defeated Michael
know,
Myers.
I really wish I would.
coming back in
Do
Secret
you know
Wars.
what? I love that YouTube has given rise to commentary and it's allowed people like us to talk and all that. But man, it has given rise to a lot of dumb idiots that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I really wish I was a bad person because I can make money that way. I wish I was a bad person. I really wish I was.
I thought Mike Zero would die off at the end of Rises. He's still going. He's like, what? How are you doing this? Has he got like 50 thumbnails just on lock, ready?
You know what? I would love to interview him and be like, dog, like, how are you doing?
I would be like, you know what? I want to sit down and have a coffee with this dude. Like, like Mike Soprano, like, I want to talk about this. Like, how do you feel grifting the community? I want to know, like, what do you, like, come on.
You guys seen 60 Minutes? You guys like 60-minute interviews? I want to interview Mike Zero for 60 minutes, bro. Like, on 60.
And it's all the same shit. Like, any video is literally the same. It's literally 10 words.
All caps.
Kathleen
All caps,
Kennedy,
by the way.
Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, Ben Solo lightsaber. He'll say that the whole video 50 times.
He made a
he does
video saying Kathleen.
He has an algorithm where he runs the most searched words in Star Wars. He runs it through an algorithm. It's like how can I read these words?
Oh man!
He made a video saying Kathleen Kennedy told the fans to shut up.
Oh, when did she say that?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't even like Kathleen Kennedy, but like she ain't that stupid.
That's
but this goes back to the larger point at play is regard like again what I personally feel. My personal feelings aside, or do a CM Punk here. She makes money. That's all the people care about. They don't give a frog's fat ass about how I'm not receiving this well because I'm a fan. Is it making money? Well, then we don't care about you. Again, it's show business, people.
And that's just the thing. That was just the thing. Just going back to the Snyderverse. Listen, guys, like the movies were up and down. Like, you know, there were some movies that did good, and then there were some movies that were just horrible. Like it's like Adam said, like there's like they like the actors weren't the problem. It was the writing. Like kick him in the nuts.
No. If you're gonna quote it right. If you even touch Matt Reeves' Batman's universe, I'll kick you square in the fucking nuts. And I shall. I do not care at this point. I am being serious. You touch that,
you leave that
I swear
alone.
to God.
Yeah, you leave that alone. But need a packet for 2 cigarettes. But you know.
My best thing is Snyder fans, like real talk. Before we transition, listen, guys, just let it go. It's not gonna happen.
It's going to be one of them kind of things, and we can end it off with this: is that it's always going to be a case of it had potential. It could have been this. It could have been that. But the reality is the damage is so far done. You can't come. This isn't with MCU Phase 1. You just had a couple of recastings and tweaks. This is foundation level problems. It's probably better to just start fresh. So
you can't build a house with a bad foundation.
You really can't. So just let it go.
So I'm gonna give James, even though James Gunn's been acting retarded lately. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and everything. Listen, I bet he tried to save it, but like when he was like looking at all the pieces, he's like, "Oh my goodness, how am I supposed to?" It's like,
and I can speak from a creative point of view. Like, if I'm brought on to do something new, I don't want to use someone else's pieces. I don't want to do that. Like, that's not fair.
That's
fair.
Like,
I don't want to build
like if I'm in the sandbox and the sandbox is well established, then of course that's what the MCU do. But in this case, this sandbox is leaking. Like that sand is out of there. Like, it's broken. It's crusted. There's a
And
kid.
it goes back to like, listen, if DC would have got their money stuff correctly, if they would have just had like a good like okay foundation, they'll be all right. And then James Gunn could probably like do the stories that you guys wanted or whatever. But since a little short little what's his name? Yeah.
Mr.
Hamada. Mr. Hamada. Bitch ass Hamada. Or whatever. He's at Paramount. Now he's gonna ruin Top Gun and shit.
Get ready, Paramount. Get ready, Paramount. Get ready. You know what's about to go down.
Hey, like they like, hey, if you like if you like this Top Gun Maverick, if they make a third one, it's gonna be a whole different movie.
Here we go.
It's about to be a whole different movie. I'm just gonna leave it right there. You know,
get ready, SpongeBob.
Universe and everything. It's gonna be a whole different movie. You're gonna be wondering why. Wait, why is Maverick a woman and everything? Like,
why did we kill off Goose? I don't know why we killed off Goose. Why don't you ask Walter Hamada?
That's what's gonna happen, dog. You think it's funny right now and everything, but you know it's gonna happen. Walter Hamada was the main reason why Henry Cavill couldn't come back.
Also, Transformers fans, you better get ready.
You better get ready, man.
It's about to go down, bro.
Oh, it's about to go down.
It's like Walter Hamada's in charge of all of that, dog. He's in charge of Transformers, the Top Gun Maverick stuff,
Ninja Turtles, SpongeBob, all of it.
Oh my god, what's the next topic? I need a break.
So like if you wondering what's gonna same stuff that happened in DC, well, guess what, Paramount? That's what's gonna come to you and everything.
Your time is soon. Can we get to the next topic before I cry?
Yes.
So in conclusion, Snyder fans, it's over.
Last thoughts on Snyder fans?
Anybody Snyderverse fans, you can go now.
Anything just before we transition? If you've learned anything from the way we've explained it, you just got to hack the system. Yep, Mike Zero style.
You know what? I really wish I was a bad person. I want to do that.
I really wish I had no morals and no integrity. Because I tell you what, I'd be making bank right now.
I can make so much money by doing
especially nothing. Like you've seen my process of how I make certain things. Can't say it, but
I'm a writer. You know how I could spin stuff. I'm a writer. I can spin the most BS. Oh man, I wish I was a bad person. I really do wish I was a bad person.
Adam, last thoughts on Snyder stuff. Last thoughts
on Snyder. Right. So if I see one more Snyderverse comment, if I hear one more Snyderverse comment, I will finally just go and jump in front of a bus. I'm done. I cannot be bothered with yous anymore. If you like to ride so much, go on an amusement park ride, please. It's more fun.
Enough said.
Mr. RJ.
Quality.
RJ.
What is last thoughts?
This ain't gonna be the final thoughts.
You're putting a terrorist.
Talk about these assholes again. Like I'm just had enough, man. I am drained.
I'm tired of it. Like I said on my gaming stream the other day, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of DC looking like a joke.
It's like you wake up. It's not.
I'm always wondering, like, am I in a time loop? Like, we're having the same discussion. Like, can we just let? Am I Dormammu? I get stuck in a time loop. Like, what is going on?
Like
bro?
deja vu, like Groundhog Day, like just constantly just.
It's like when you wake up in the morning. They're like, so Snyderverse, huh? It's like, no, I want breakfast. I want coffee. Get the fuck out.
Nah. I'll tell you what is, you wake up in the morning and then Nickelback's the song you wake up to, and you repeat that.
I go right back to sleep.
Look at this graph.
Right back to sleep.
Look at this photograph.
No,
every time I do it makes me laugh. You know. Yeah. Next topic. Let's just move. I want to change this background, please, because this. It hurts me. I'm tired of
seeing the flash.
Okay,
makes me
okay. We're gonna change it up.
All right. I'm getting angry. Get it off the screen.
Oh God, I've got all DC images.
We're gonna change it up.
Batman, yes.
We're gonna talk about the Batman. There's like a Batman project.
Just on a quick side.
Matt Reeves says that he's talking with James Gunn to make sure that this universe is like separate.
DC, Warner Brothers, I want to extend a hand to you and say, you leave this universe the fudge alone. Do not touch it.
I swear to God, DC, if you try to shove him with the new
you
Superman,
dare.
I swear to God, DC, do not.
I swear I'll show up with my
it.
steel toes. That's not a warning. That's just a friendly threat.
I mean, like we discussed before, the likelihood of them doing another Batman is possible if they want Justice League. If it means they
Screw that.
Hang on. If it means they keep the Matt Reeves universe alone and untouched,
I'm here for it.
I'm willing to take that gamble. Like, just because I can't, like, after that first Batman, like, you need to leave this universe the hell alone. Family or nothing.
It's my turn.
I don't want to see Superman cropping up with like Penguin going, "Take it easy, red and blue." Like, I don't need to. We don't need to see that.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, you didn't establish the tone and everything. Like, listen,
it's too noir. It's way too noir for that.
The most I can see in this universe is maybe Green Arrow. That's it.
Yes,
maybe
all
Green
the
Arrow.
grounded stuff like Green Arrow, like Vigilante, Deathstroke, like stuff like that, absolutely. But anything cosmic in any way, no.
it's like the moment I see
build up to it, but bear in mind we're year 2 Batman, and as I said, I think it's going to be a progression. We build through the street level first, and then we get to like Poison Ivy. And
the moment you see it, if I ever see an Aquaman or Superman crossed into this universe, we got problems, dog. Like,
especially if it's not Jason
Flash,
Momoa.
even Cyborg wouldn't fit. Like, bro, he's a side. Like, no.
No,
like,
you've got to keep this. I'm talking like Batman Arkham Asylum level, like just that.
Yep.
I mean, okay, let's just say you do have one person that crossover with superpowers. The only person I can see is like Black Canary and like Green Arrow. That's it.
Yeah, like the grounded.
Because you can excuse the superpowers, like, this is just advanced tech that she has.
Yeah, it's just advanced technology. Yeah, you can.
But like when you had. Like, you told me aliens exist in the Matt Reeves universe? Nah, I don't believe you, bro. Sorry, I don't believe that.
Hack the system.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. It's the Matt Reeves universe. We got to let RJ have his
Matt Reeves universe. Listen,
RJ power over.
All right, everyone. Let's just let him have 5 minutes.
This is what I want. Okay.
Oh, good Lord.
I want separate storylines. That's it. I want to keep this separate, and I don't want By that, I don't want a Justice League. I don't want another Batman.
Family.
You want to know why I don't want another Batman? If you're doing Justice League, you better figure it out. You better do Teen. I don't know Teen. You better figure out someone else. You better do something. No, because
damn well that's not gonna happen. Like,
let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. I do not want another Batman. Okay.
I know. I hear
that's not gonna happen.
This is the big caveat: is they need a Batman for Justice League.
That's not gonna happen, RJ.
But looking at it, like, let's just look at it objectively. DC's flagship boy is who?
Batman.
It's Batman.
Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, but then you're
alone. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but if they're focusing on Justice League and Robert Pattinson doesn't fit, you can't not do it without Batman. Especially if you're doing a young Superman.
Don't do Justice League. You already had your chance and you failed. You failed miserably.
Yeah, but
you're not going to do that, though.
Storyline.
You don't know that's not going to happen.
From all we know of what James Gunn has said, the likelihood it's going to be Justice League again is very high.
It's high.
Now, however, I will extend. However, it doesn't necessarily mean an origin Justice League. It could be a seasoned Justice League, an already built Justice League. And in that case, you could have Batman connected to other characters, and he doesn't need a solo movie. But I think they will want Batman in there.
That's what I'm saying.
I just don't want it to be Robert's, because Robert is perfect on his own.
Well, I totally agree.
I agree. Robert. And I don't want multiple Batman either. Like, I'm in the same case.
But you guys already know what you're dealing with.
This from a track record standpoint, they're gonna do it. Like,
they're gonna do it. Like,
I'm just saying though, DC is just straight up ass cheeks when it comes to trying to build the event, like, team up movies.
Well, it's all about the foundation of the narrative, and unless they sell it to me, I don't see our boy here fitting in with Justice League. Now, with them
Tell
teasing
me
like
this pen.
Kingdom Come image or something, didn't they? So I think maybe they could focus on the JSA first or something, and then maybe the Justice League. But
Hawkman.
but you know what DC is gonna do? Because again, as much as I love DC, where Marvel's roster for me is much more diverse and rich, DC's is more focused on its core. And let's be honest, no matter what DC try and do, they always go back to Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Always.
Yeah, they had nothing after that.
Like, so it's such an interesting thing because I don't want it to be multiple Batman either. I hate it. I hate that.
That's my issue.
Okay.
Or at least have an older seasoned Batman, like a more older version.
If you're gonna have two Batman, make them drastically different. Like you have to make them like completely different because otherwise,
you really do.
Yeah.
You're gonna confuse the hell out of people. And 1 and 2 is gonna feel the same, so you have to make it different.
This stuff
Michael
just
Keaton,
But that's what I'm saying.
An older Batman.
I'm just saying, like, if you guys are gonna get a DCU Batman, old boy from Supernatural, voice Batman.
You know what you can
Soulja
do?
Boy.
You know what you could have done?
See, I agree with you, Danny. I agree with you.
You could have just.
I want him to
made
do
that.
it. Like, if we're gonna get a second Batman, get a guy that actually knows how to voice Batman and that looks like Batman.
He's actually
that can
done it, and
like
he's good as
Batman.
it.
This is a thing.
He
It's like
fits, okay, and he's cheap. Like, you can get them all.
it's just
I'm just
so
saying.
annoying because I want them to keep Matt Reeves stuff separate because don't
leave it
touch
alone.
that. Don't touch that shit. All right, that is good.
I want to keep Matt Reeves separate still.
But
I think we all want that.
We all want that. We're all in
think from
agreement
an
there.
actor's
But I'm just
perspective,
saying,
I let's say just to play devil's advocate, they cast this new Batman. Okay, I feel sorry for this new Batman immediately because they're not going to give this guy any movies. They're not going to give him anything because Robert is the Batman movie guy. This guy is literally just there for the ensemble.
You know what this is exact same as?
It's a placeholder.
It's what Sony's about to do with Spider-Man. It's the same thing. They're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna have another one, and it's gonna be overshadowed by Tom. It's gonna be the same thing with Rob. Whoever they pick is this new Batman and Rob. Like Rob is gonna overshadow this new guy.
Wait, hold on. Wait, are they picking someone for the Sonyverse Spider-Man? Hold on, wait a minute.
There's gonna be a Spider-Man and Madam Web, bro. But we're not
Yeah, they've got a spider.
You know that,
No.
You know that?
Sony and Warner Brothers, the companies that keep on giving.
I just didn't believe it because it's Sony's bullshit. That's why I just didn't care.
It's gonna be another one.
It can't not be one of those guys from that guy's video, you know.
Danny, I probably skimmed through the article.
I guarantee you, on a quick side note, they probably asked Andrew and he said no. And they're like, okay, new one.
You know what the reports are? That's exactly what happened. He said no.
Yeah. Andrew said no.
I don't blame him.
That's why,
I don't blame him.
I was like, because I know that Andrew said no, so why?
Because they want their own one, man.
They can't do Tom.
They want the money.
All you have to do is put Spider-Man 2099.
Or use Miles.
They want Peter Parker and Miles.
Don't do that.
No, don't do that to Miles. Never mind. Don't do that to Miles. Don't do that to him.
No, they want Peter Parker and then they want Miles. Like they're not gonna like the 2099 one. Like we love him, but looking at it from Sony's POV, they want the flagship, and this is the fucking problem. Is I want there to be one person playing the one character at the one time, but unfortunately, show business. It makes sense.
And I'm just saying, if you guys are going to get the DCU Batman, get Jensen to do it.
Like, there's
he
going
is
to be two Batman at once. There's going to be 4 Spider-Men. Like,
you know what DC could have done to avoid this confusion? Batman Beyond.
Yep.
Terry McGinnis.
They literally could have just had Michael Keaton.
They were going to do that. They were
going to do it.
Hold on. But there was more to this, though. Like, guess what? They were going to do a Batman Beyond movie. Hold on, they were gonna do a Batman Beyond movie, but guess what? They were already fucked up the source material because it wasn't gonna be in the distant future. It was gonna be in this time, like our modern day.
What?
Yes.
What?
How would that work?
Oh, then good that they cancelled it. Then what the hell?
Whole point is it's the future. That's the whole point.
Oh my goodness!
It's an older Batman who's teaching a younger Batman. That's the whole point of the show. What?
Yeah,
bro. You know what that's like? That's like 2099. Actually, it's 2023 Spider-Man. It's just,
bro.
I'm 2023.
I'm glad that movie didn't come out. It was supposed to be in the modern day Batman Beyond, like this age.
This has been staring them in the face for years. You have Michael Keaton who wants to play Batman,
He's
just
use him.
Just use an older Batman if you're going to do it, because as long as you don't touch this beautiful guy over
that's
there.
what I was saying. Like, if you use a DCU Batman, just have Michael Keaton, and you don't have to connect it to the '89 Batman. You don't have to do that at all.
Yeah,
you can just say that people will just go, "Oh, it's Michael Keaton," and then you can just make him an older Batman in the DCU.
Mhm.
That I would be fine with.
He's looking for a successor. He finds Terry McGinnis. There you go.
There you go.
That's all you have to do.
And then you don't undersell Robert Pattinson. That's the formula. DC, I tell you, can you get us over there? And Sony, can you get us over there? Sort your shit out for you.
We'll help you so much. Trust me.
Whether James Gunn or any of these Snyder turds like it or not, Robert Pattinson is the face of your company. He's the face of DC.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's a flagship character.
Henry Cavill's gone, so
well, that's what I was saying. Is whoever they get as DCU Batman.
Because me personally, I think Matt Reeves like James Gunn's probably just gonna sit Matt Reeves down and just tell him like what he told Henry Cavill. Hey, eat the pizza. It's all good. It's all on us. You take a that much.
Oh yeah.
Hey, yeah, the universe is gonna be part of our main universe. What? Yeah. See, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I swear, he better not.
Here's the thing, though. I think Matt will allow it because he's never said he didn't want it per se. He said that
we don't want it. We don't want it.
This is way before James Gunn stuff. He said like he kind of gave an answer like he gave like the PR answer. Like
where they've got to tread very carefully with this is the first Batman film has a very specific ingredient to it. And the reason why I don't believe him anywhere near the Justice League isn't because I don't see it. I don't see it not working. It's just where we're at with this Batman right now.
It's where the story is.
It's like if they did like a 5 to 10 years.
He goes from struggling to fight the Riddler, and then he's in the DCU, and then he fights like I don't know Thanos' army. Oh fucking Jesus!
Brainiac or
something. Right? Yeah. Darkseid's army. Jesus Christ! So, noob. 3 in the morning.
It wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's going to fight Darkseid's army, and then he's going to go back to his own world, and then struggle to fight Scarecrow. Like you're causing a power imbalance.
It doesn't.
Yeah, like, yo, dude, you know how
talking
Batman
about being nerfed,
and the MCU has a lot of that. You're going to open a can of worms doing that in DC.
It's like,
especially when it pertains to
yes.
It's like I'm just saying, like, listen, like James, stop it. Don't do this.
Here's an issue. No. If you like piss off Matt because he's a creative, like he wants his shit all over it. If you get involved with his stuff and he walks, not only will he walk, Pattinson will walk.
And then we'll be back to square one again.
Pattinson is an old school type actor where because Matt is his boy. He's already said like, hey,
they got that loyalty going. If you screw it,
he's loyal. Like if he ain't gonna do it, I'm not doing it. And if
I don't do Kings of Pop Culture, you guys probably won't.
We ain't doing it. So could you imagine if that were, God forbid, but if that were to happen? No, I'm not talking about what you said, Jake. I'm talking about the
damn.
No. I'm not talking about that. No, but what I'm saying is, could you imagine
systematically get every DCU fan to hate you?
James Gunn, do not open your phone if that were to happen, bro.
Yep.
Do not open your phone.
If I was James right now, and James,
Shut
I
up.
don't know if you're ever gonna watch this or
Shut
whatever,
up.
but just just from a professional standpoint, shut up. Like stop talking. Like I know you want to keep fans abreast, but the DC fandom right now is so toxic. Like just let it.
Dude, let piss off both sides. You managed to piss off both sides.
Like literally, let us get through this shitstorm of DCEU. Let it ride off into the sunset and say goodbye and hurrah and start fresh.
They're supposed to be announcing like their next new project, so their quote unquote new universe.
Raining outside, by the way.
I hope they are because they keep telling us they are. They better do it.
You know what, RJ?
Can I ask a very important question? Are they even written yet?
Over here. Jesus.
Okay, I have an important question too. Where can we put an APB out for Peter Safran? Where's Peter Safran?
Yeah, where is Peter? Where are you, Peter? What did they do with you? Like,
can we put him on a carton of milk or something just so we can try find him?
I feel like we're in the Amazing Spider-Man. It's like, hello, where are you, Peter?
Where are you, bro? Like, We've heard nothing from you. I know you're probably the behind the scenes guy, so you don't talk as much. But can you like say something? Alive?
Like, clarification, as RJ was saying.
Communication. It's so important, man.
I don't know what's worse. I think before like the Cavill stuff, or
I tell you what, that was the final nail in the coffin. That was.
Now I need new clarification on. Okay, I really need especially on the Matt Reeves stuff. Like, okay, what are we doing?
I mean, they'll keep the Joker and that going on its own thing and its own merit, but this Batman, almost called him Batman.
Okay.
This Batman isn't here for a fling. He's here to stay. So
I hope we see I hope we don't see the Joker for another 50. I hope we don't see the Joker for another 15 years.
Can we get Joker gone now, please? I do not want another. We live in a society like.
I got this vibe if they are doing once they do Batman 2, like I think it's gonna happen where they're gonna make him the DCU Batman. I personally don't like it.
I think so too.
Danny, don't make it a thing. I will come for you.
I just know what's going to happen because, I just you seen the history of Warner Brothers, okay?
I'm not to cut you off, but to piggyback off what you're saying, DC or James Gunn or whoever in particular have seen that multiple versions at once isn't working, so they're going to want one distinct Batman. So it's probably going to happen.
And my thing is this.
Don't happen, though. Don't push it into the universe, please. I don't want it.
My thing is this.
It's such a catch-22, though, isn't it?
I hate this. Hold on. Add on to your point, Danny, before you continue. You guys know about the Paul Dano Ridley book that came out? Mm-hmm. He made a book. So Metropolis is canon in that book.
They talk about
they did a Lucasfilm. Do you know what that is? That's a Lucasfilm right there.
Lucasfilm. By the way, Revan is canon. By the way, Nihilus is canon. By the way, all these people are canon.
Because my thing is this.
Star Killer's back.
They do that.
The only way they can make this thing work is if they do like a 5 to 10 year time skip.
You know what that is? With that mention of Metropolis, then that basically means he's going to be DCU Batman.
Because why would you mention Metropolis?
Why would you mention Metropolis?
Because the thing is, why
not mention Star City?
I think they're gonna take some of the story from Superman the animated series universe because they did mention Batman.
They better tread so careful. That means you got to keep Matt Reeves.
Batman the animated series, please.
Listen, you got to keep Matt Reeves abreast of what you're doing with Robert Pattinson in your DCU.
Yeah, I do not want anybody but Matt Reeves writing Pattinson. I don't want anyone else.
That's where the MCU succeeds. Whenever they do ensemble, they communicate with okay, they talk to Ryan Coogler about Black Panther. They talk to James Gunn about Guardians.
So even in Infinity War, I think the way it worked was Ryan Coogler wrote all the Wakanda scenes, all the Wakanda. He wrote that, and then James Gunn wrote all the Guardians dialogue.
Yeah,
the Russos did everything else. But
so literally, the Marvel formula will save DC again.
I don't trust DC because DC will have Joe Schmo write Pattinson and make him look like a fucking idiot.
That's my worry. That's my worry. And people don't talk about this stuff until after the fact.
Well, as I've said with DC and Warner Brothers, this extends past James Gunn and Peter Safran. It's literally been the same problem, no matter who's on the firing line for the last 20 years. It's been constant. There's a whole group of people in that building that are making these decisions.
The thing is, they used to be good at this. They literally used to be good at this.
And that's what makes it even more heartbreaking.
It's
have you guys seen our DC World 1 video about DC? That's what it is. Have you guys seen that?
Oh, yeah. That is funny.
Shit.
I don't trust anyone else with Pattinson, dude. I don't trust anyone else writing. There's no way that I can trust the person who wrote Black Adam.
Because of the history and the context of the company we're talking about, I don't trust them. And the reason I don't trust them is because we have no reason to trust them for the last 20 years of BS. Yeah. So it doesn't help.
Yeah, in the last 15 years, Nolan trilogy notwithstanding, because that was Nolan trilogy was his own thing.
Yeah, Nolan's its own.
That's the blueprint. Nolan trilogy did not have anything to do with anything else. Just do that. It had nothing to do with anything else.
The thing is with DC, this is what DC does better than Marvel. they do better standalone movies. Like you can't argue against me, dog. You
well, I put it this way, like I always say, if DC got their act together, and I don't mean to take shots at Marvel, but the fact that we're debating whether Blade should be rated R or not, and Pattinson's first movie as Batman is rated R, like
because my thing
aren't
is this:
afraid to push the boundaries. They aren't afraid to, and I can respect
the thing
that.
is this: like with most of the DC
Like
movies, a Superman movie was a Superman movie, a Batman movie was a Batman movie, a Wonder Woman movie was a Wonder Woman movie. They focused on that, and that's what. There wasn't no people hopping in, make cameos, and none of that bullshit and everything.
It didn't feel organic. It didn't feel earned. They forced it to play catch up. You know, that's what it was.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, listen, I like if this is a force, and I don't want Matt Reeves has to be forced to speed up the progression of Batman, because what made
buddy.
Oh no,
because the thing what made Batman, because all right guys,
he will walk, because
the thing is, I don't care what nobody say, Batman is OP, like on the Justice League, bro. Like this dude is a god of hunger. Like, even though he doesn't have no powers. Like, don't let Batman fool you, dog.
Think of any video game you've ever played. Batman is the cheat code.
Yeah.
It's like,
also, to think about it this way, Batman has every single information of every other superhero in the Justice League, just in case they go bad.
Batman is so cold, right? Superman's like, oh, we would never do that to you. And Batman's like, you should.
You should. Like, he literally told the Justice League in one movie in Justice League, dude, you guys are some goddamn fools if you don't like try to have no.
You're stupid. He even has a protocol on himself.
Yep.
Like he's done one on himself. Like that's how thorough this guy is.
This is how prepared he is for everything.
But back to my point was, like, we already seen the established Batman. This is a Batman where, like, we see the progression. Like, you know, this Batman wasn't good at detective work or whatever. He failed in everything. He wasn't smart this one or whatever. Like, that should be a good thing, which a lot of people were complaining about, which they forgot the context of the movies here too. But, you know, that's a whole nother ball game and everything. But back to what we were talking about and everything.
Context, people.
It's like, you know, we got to see, we're seeing Batman growing up to be Batman, and that, and I don't want that to be rushed. I don't want that to speed up.
I want to enjoy it. Like, if I say the same thing with Tom Holland and Spider-Man. You don't need to have him for 3 movies and his stories. That you could tell every Spider-Man story in existence over 20 years.
Yep. That's what I was trying to say.
Like, you could literally tell every Bat family story with Robert Pattinson. No joke. All the way from Dick Grayson up to Red Hood and beyond. I'm seriously, like, you could.
And then if you want someone else in the role, you can have him pass on the mantle, like a natural way to Dick Grayson. Or,
yep.
And here's another thing.
I don't know, whoever else.
DC better not mess this up, because this is another Henry Cavill situation where he likes playing the character. People like him as
the character. He's good as the character.
So don't screw it up, okay?
I will be officially done with DC completely if they screw this universe up. Like, I just can't.
Henry, if you screw over Robert, okay, now
I just can't anymore. Like, seriously.
My thing is this: I like James Gunn. I will go to bat for James Gunn if he does something good. However, I will protect him from the Snyder fans if he does something good.
Yep.
But, bruh,
you should be.
Listen,
now, we knew that he was a good actor, but these other people that just knew him from Twilight, they were like, "Oh, we're not."
At Comic-Con,
now they love him. Now they love him.
There was a Twilight panel where they said, "Oh, I hope he appears." The mofo's Batman. Why does he need to do a Twilight panel? Are you high? He's Batman. Get out of here.
My thing is this: it's like my only beef right now with James Gunn is like, bruh, as much as I love Peacemaker, you're making Peacemaker season 2, and it doesn't look good.
It doesn't.
That you got all this other stuff going on.
Where's Mike Wazowski? Where is he?
It's like it doesn't look good that you got your project's doing good, but we have to force Matt Reeves to like make a whole nother story just to make your stuff connect. It doesn't make good.
Yeah, they built the foundation. Okay, I come into this universe, I get a show and a movie. Okay, let's pretend this is Zack Snyder and this is Henry Cavill and all that kind of stuff. Okay, gone. This is the regime that's still left. I then toss Mike Wazowski out the window and then reset everything and get to keep my toys and dictate the rest of everyone else's toys. It doesn't look good when everything else goes except your stuff, when you've made it apparent your stuff is connected to everything you're getting rid of. That's not...
That's bad showbiz. It's
not
not good.
Makes
a
sense.
good look. It really isn't. That's like me building a universe. You guys coming into the universe. Sorry, I just for one reason or another, just, you know, I don't know. We do not grant you the rank of master on this whatever anymore. Okay, so I'm and then I come back, and then you're like, okay, Jacob, you can get this, that, and whatever, and we're now doing our thing. It's like, well, hold on a minute here. I'm Vince McMahon. What are you doing? You know, it doesn't look good, you know. And I get it. Like he's got a tough task. Like let's not undersell it here. He's not got an easy task, and I do trust in him long term. It's just I think as of right now, James, come here. I'm gonna chat to you like you're my bro. Just stop talking. Just shush. Just shush.
Be like Peter.
Stop replying. Just shush.
Be like Peter Safran.
We don't know if Peter's there, Danny. Like,
send Peter to do the tweets now. You go do stuff.
Yeah. You go do stuff.
Well, like,
you know,
the best the other day. Adam said the best
you go
the
do stuff.
What the hell
you go do stuff.
Where's Peter at? Where's Peter? Like, Peter, are you missing?
Is he just a made-up person at this point? That like, is he like me
real?
earlier? Who's just invisible apparently?
Oh my god, are we in the Matrix? Mike Zero, where are you at?
Oh no,
he got deleted. His file got corrupted.
Well, I am the chosen one. So maybe I can help with that. But you know,
He ain't saying fuck all.
But as far as TV shows, still like, isn't the Penguin supposed to be coming out soon?
Yeah.
Yeah, coming in next
Supposedly,
month.
I don't know.
I mean,
Okay, that better still happen.
I'm just
It's
saying,
happening.
like,
Carol did say it's happening next. Like,
you know what? I wouldn't be surprised, right? I really wouldn't be surprised if there was an original intention for Penguin that might be changed before it releases to set the Metropolis up or something. I really wouldn't be
It
shocked.
better not, because legit.
dude, like,
because they're not going to want to, like, put it this way, they're not going to want to release Batman 2 and then say, oh yeah, Metropolis. They're going to want to plant the seed for that early on. I think they'll
if Lex Luthor enters, you know it's connected. I'm just gonna say
you know what, Lois Lane or something, or the Daily Planet. Like they'll do something. They'll do something to do a throwaway line that plants that seed. Then Batman 2 will pay off. That's what they'll do.
I'm so sick of this shit.
They're gonna backdoor it.
Legit.
Yes.
I feel like I should be doing a Braveheart thing with this stuff. It's like, you touch my... Like, you may kill me, you may put me in the ground, but do not touch my fucking Matt Reeves universe, please! If you do, then that's the end. I'm just saying it.
I agree. Next topic, please. I'm done. I'm
just saying it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off this stuff. I can't. DC have worn me out. Let's go talk about your favorite Marvel movie. Like, I gotta get off this topic.
Yes, please. I can't.
Oh yes.
It.
Right now, King, as this is your topic, I want you to.
Ooh man, that's my father's shield.
In context, it's actually quite a sad thing, but yeah.
It's just funny though. It is funny.
But it is funny.
My father made that shield.
My father made that shield. Wait,
So
hang on,
rich
just a
now.
clarification. Are we talking about the comic or are we talking about the movie?
The movie.
The movie.
The comic is ass.
Whoa,
Carry on,
Jacob.
So
The comic is trash.
I said this time and time again. The reason why I believe Civil War is like the best Marvel movie is really it's because of the villain. Like it was something different. Zemo actually won. Like that's the first villain that actually like Loki. I got what I wanted, and fuck all y'all. I don't care if you kill me now. And
Zemo got exactly what he wanted.
Thanos should thank Zemo, honestly.
Yeah, if it wasn't, do you know what? Right, if it wasn't for Zemo, I don't think Thanos would have. You know,
yeah, it's like.
I mean, probably
I'm like. I mean, yeah, you could say it's Avengers 2.0 or 2.5 or whatever. I don't care. Like, listen, he did something that Thanos couldn't do, Loki couldn't do, or anything. No,
and he did it with no power whatsoever.
He didn't. He killed like maybe one or two people, but he didn't even throw a punch against the Avengers.
Joker method of it, like, you know, look what I did to this. You know, these people with a couple of barrels and a few bullets. Like, that's what he did.
Basically, man. And like the thing was, it just showed you, like, how can I say it? That both sides, like, in the future, like, a couple of these Avengers end up like being right.
Yeah.
Cap and Tony are both right in their own ways.
Yeah. And man, I don't know about y'all, but did y'all guys have the Civil War at your school or whatever on who was right and who was wrong?
Yeah,
and like,
yeah, I did.
It was like, it was good debate, man. Like,
I mean, we're still having debates about who is right now, like, regardless of like recontextualization of Doctor Strange 2 and all that shit. But just in general, like, we're still debating about Cap or Iron Man's POV to this day. Like, to this day, like, Jesus Christ, like, calm down. You know, freaking hell, like, just, you know, to this day, like, whoa. Yeah, my ass, I better be careful. But you know, it's just like we're still having those conversations now because the movie it's not new. It's been in movies before, but you've rarely seen it with the superhero genre where it really delves into that black and white and gray on both sides, and that, you know, good people will be pushed to do bad things. You know?
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's like like Zemo studied the Avengers so good, like to make
he was Batman on them. For being honest,
he knew what make them tick. He knew what can like split them apart and everything.
He has the coldest line in the MCU, in my opinion. The coldest line. He says, "An empire toppled by its enemies can rise again. One that crumbles from within, that's dead forever." That is a freaking bar.
But here's the thing: like, this movie, people say it's not a Cap movie, but okay, it's not. But it does complete Cap's arc. It does complete Captain America's arc. You got to look at it like this.
Movie.
Captain America 1. He's basically a Boy Scout. He does everything the government tells him to do because he's in war and we're fighting Nazis and all that. Cap 2, in Winter Soldier, he sees the government has some ulterior motives. There's sometimes it's not good to just do what you're told.
Especially because with conflict, he's from a black and white era of just good, bad.
Now he's in an era where it's not easy to tell who the good guys and the bad guys are now.
The lines of blood.
Yeah.
In Cap 3, he's full on F the government. I'm not doing that. Like,
I'm doing my own thing. And that's true to the character.
Yeah.
That's what Captain America, he does what's right.
He represents the values that I'm saying this is a British.
There's a line in here
America should hold.
Sharon Carter says, she said, well, technically Peggy said it. She says, when somebody is telling you that something wrong is something right, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree and
say no.
No.
And this is another one of the Marvel movies where both sides, don't matter what side of the spectrum, didn't have no bickerman. Like, everybody was good. Like, everybody enjoyed the movie for what it was and everything.
Yeah,
like,
it's a political movie, but it doesn't
it doesn't tell you that this side is bad and this side is good.
It doesn't divide people. It makes them very equal.
And if anything, the biggest takeaway for me was no one, because they all freaking lost. Like,
they all lost. Zemo. But my thing is this:
you can say that Cap was right, but at the end of the movie, like,
you know that the minute I realized that no one won, it's the minute when Rhodey goes down, right, and you're like. And the music, and I love this scene. The music stops, and you get the camera shot of Rhodey inside the suit. Like, imagine how scary that would be inside a metal clank of armor, falling down at 100 miles an hour.
You saw Tony pissed, bro.
You saw Tony just like going straight up. You even saw Sam instantly, without hesitation, straight back down, because it's in that moment they realized, what the hell are we doing? He can actually die here. Shit.
Here's my thing though with that though.
Love that scene.
I understand why Tony's pissed, but you could have killed Sam if Vision lands that hit on Sam.
Yeah, you could have killed Sam.
So like that's where I'm like, okay,
then
so what are you doing?
Yeah,
Like,
what was the
shout out to
plan?
Sam. As soon as Rhodey started falling, he was like, bang, down.
And like this is
Another reason why Sam is.
This movie shows that you can't introduce characters that haven't been in the universe yet in the same movie, and they can like Black Panther and Spider-Man, perfect character introductions for both of them.
And Ant-Man, like all three of them.
They were handled perfectly. Like T'Challa turns up, his entrance, dude, is so bad. Like,
sorry, it's still the most bad. This movie is the most badass Black Panther. It is cold. This motherfucker.
Bro, when he said, "I asked you as warrior," he said, "I asked you as warrior and king. How long can you protect your friends from me?" I was like,
yo, when he tells Romanoff, he's like, "I'm gonna deal with him myself." I'm like, yo, that's the king right there. Yo,
I don't care.
do you remember the first time seeing the trailer? And then we all know how fast Cap is. We all know how fast Bucky is.
When you heard those screams, like,
pacing, I'm like, yo.
No,
dude, when you heard those cat screams and you heard the scratches and they didn't show it, you already knew it was up, dog. You was like, oh, he's coming.
And I gotta be a fanboy. I gotta be a fanboy for a minute. Spider-Man in this. When Queens came up on the screen, I was like, oh,
no. Hold on. You're missing the biggest one. When he swooped, then he got Cap's shield. Oh, dude.
The internet broke.
My favorite moment.
I was like, that is so Spider-Man.
When he caught Bucky's arm, you have a metal arm? That is awesome.
Because that's the beauty of it. Spider-Man is so strong. He doesn't realize how strong he is. He's just like, you have a metal arm. And again, what's great about this is up to this point, we know how strong Bucky is. And he's just moving it like that. It's like, yo.
Yeah.
I was fanboying out when Spider-Man came on screen.
And then, dude, you saw. My thing is this: like, you just saw like the other, like you just saw the event, like the Avengers, like freaking Clint. Clint even said, like, listen, hold on, like I'm gone for 5 minutes and you guys are bickering. Like, seriously, come on, man. Like,
you know what would be funny? They did not put Nick Fury. Samuel L. Jackson said this. He's like, if Nick Fury was there, he would have been like, "What the hell are y'all kids doing? Like, what are you doing?" Like, Nick Fury would be like, "Bro,
yeah, especially because of like, I mean, I know Nick Fury's a bit shady in the MCU, but in the comics and stuff, he's more intrinsically linked to the Civil War than that. So I think it's good that they kind of left him out of this, and Thor and Hulk like leave them.
Because if you had Thor and Hulk in this, like the whole entire Earth is getting destroyed, bro. Like,
yeah. Hulk against Giant Man, that would have been fun to see.
You know what side Hulk would have been on? Because Hulk.
Ross. You know what? That's another little caveat there. If Bruce was in the room, he'd be like, "Excuse me, mofo. What about Harlem?
You tried to kill me. Like you tried to murder me."
So Hulk will be on Captain America's side.
Yeah, because Ross tried to kill him.
Yeah. And Thor is gonna be on Tony's side or whatever.
I don't think Thor will be on anybody's side.
Thor doesn't care.
Thor doesn't care.
He doesn't have because the reason being, I think it makes more sense if he was in it because he doesn't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah,
he would be the devil's advocate.
It's like, I mean, I know you guys.
He'd be trying to stop the fight.
I'm just saying, to make it fair. Like if they got the Hulk and they got the.
Absolutely. I mean, you could have a Hulk go against but Giant Man would have done that too. I mean, I know you guys have your feelings on the comic and whatever else, but just for reference, like not every character that was in the Civil War can actually participate. Like the thing was like, I don't want anything to hell to do with this. Like, I don't want. Like you could have done that with those. Like, oh, you people are so petty and tiny.
Some people stay neutral. I think like Strange in the comic, basically, I don't give a shit.
Like, I don't care. I don't care about this.
Yeah. It doesn't affect Asgard, so I do not care.
I don't watch the book because they did something to my boy Spidey.
Yeah, I know. I'm just using it as reference to say that some characters wouldn't have partaken in it.
I'm just trolling. I'm trolling.
But it just showed you like how like Tony and Steve, like their ideals, like what's going on when they go, both of them go too far or whatever. Like, you know,
because
I mean, Tony was willing to like kill his friends just to like do in the name of the United States, and Steve was willing to sacrifice his friends to like, you know, hey, dude,
know what's so good about that? It's the opposite of what you think they would do. Tony's supposed to be the selfish one. Cap's supposed to be one that does everything the government tells him to do.
Switch.
He switched.
Yeah.
They switched way before Endgame.
Yeah.
I like this movie so much. I think I'm with Danny. I don't think it's. I mean, it's arguable. On a day, I think Civil War is the best MCU movie. On the other day, I think Winter Soldier is the best MCU movie. It's whatever, but
I
think Infinity War is up there too.
Yeah, like it's just like on a good. It's whatever.
I think they're just we're gonna get great movies going forward, but this was the first time that we've seen an ensemble this big, this big, like with this much. Like obviously you got Avengers and Avengers: Age of Ultron, but just with this kind of connective tissue with all the relationships of
brothers versus
this one had. I hate to be that. It had depth. Like it wasn't just a spectacle. It wasn't just
it was literally like your brothers and sisters going at it, bro, for real, like an actual family.
Any superhero movies to stack up against, and I say this in context, like we were saying at the start of the stream, before I get put in a box of, oh, you're that kind of person. If you're picking any of the movies from the MCU to go against regular movies, quote unquote, Civil War is gonna be the pick.
It's on the list. I say there's like 4. There's like Civil War, Guardians. Both Black Panthers have depth, in my opinion. They both do.
Winter Soldier.
I put
Winter Soldier.
Personally.
I'd say the first Iron Man, even.
Maybe Infinity War. The whole Thanos stuff. It has some depth there, but other than that, like.
I love everything else, but like if you were to pick like movies that to genuinely stack up against like Tarantino,
because even the harshest critics don't like Marvel like that one. Like they like Civil War.
They tried so hard to not like it, and they were like, "Yeah, we kind of like it."
I will tell you the one thing that I love about this movie: it made me dislike Iron Man.
That's my father's shield.
And I love Iron Man.
I didn't dislike him.
I know, but I prefer him. Like he was my I like him and Cap equally, but like Iron Man was like my favorite because of RDJ's performance. Like he just charisma, but.
She's a kid. She's a kid, Tony.
Like, I wanted
to think the Russos have a bit of favoritism to Cap.
Well, yeah. I mean, they won't admit it, but they do love Cap.
Come on.
I mean, their first movie was Winter Soldier.
I wouldn't. I mean, as much as we joke about it, like with my father made that shield. I wouldn't necessarily say that I didn't like Tony in this movie. It was just more fascinating to me to see a different change for his character.
Yeah, everything Tony did in his movie was guilt. It was all motivated by guilt. Like, and I can relate to that because when you feel like you messed up, a lot of your decisions after that are clouded by guilt, whether you realize it or not. If you know what you did was wrong, a lot of your decisions are going to be after that going to be clouded by guilt.
Accountability.
I mean, like the thing was just like he even tried to shame Wanda for having her powers, bro. Like he was trying to lock her up, bro. Like it was crazy.
At the time, that was the wrong decision. We can say it was right now, but at the time,
it was right now. But that's because of
that's because of stuff Thanos did. To be fair,
like Tony, like I get everything he did was for guilt. But like there was some stuff.
He also has the most human reaction. Like when you see a video of your mum and your dad getting battered.
Oh yeah.
Like that. That was human. Anyone would have wanted to kill Bucky in that moment.
I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about when you put Clint, when you being like Ross's bitch, and you putting Clint in the raft, and you putting all these.
I understand the others to an extent, but Clint, your OG
Clint,
boy,
bro, like really?
Clint's got kids, bro. He's got kids.
Clint was like looking at Tony, you mofo, bro. Like
when I saw that, I was like, Iron Man, you are Ross's bitch right now. Okay, you are his bitch.
And you know what? In this movie, I'll say they're two peas in a pod. It's like it's ironic. The two guys who cause the most damage to the world are the ones that are on the high horses, saying that people need to be controlled.
Yeah, do people forget that Ross literally made?
Let's start with YouTube. Let's start shit from downhill.
Half of the stuff that happened is because of your ass.
I'm sorry. I would have been the guy around that table when they put the papers on the table. Like, well, hold on a minute here. The two people that are enforcing this, you sold weapons. Remind me how you made your fortune. Didn't you destroy Harlem trying to prove a point? Like, don't tell me about what I'm doing, right?
No, you know what's been stupid to me? When they try to blame Cap for what happened to Winter Soldier. Bro, there were Nazis in the government. What was that supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Cap did you a favor. He's doing your job.
Yeah.
there were Nazis in your government that you let happen. You let that happen somehow.
You let it happen, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you knew about it, but you turned your head because they weren't going against the United States. But that's a whole nother story. Anyway, back on subject.
I remember watching it the first time, and I remember my first visual reaction just being, "Look at this motherfucker right here." Hold on a minute here.
That's what I was doing.
Hold on a minute. Excuse me. About perspective, right? You may have got perspective, but let's just hold the phone.
How are you gonna play both sides?
Let's do a head check round that table and see who's done right. Rhodey, no, he hasn't done anything. Wanda, accident, and she's a
nothing
kid.
yet.
Clint retired. Sam hasn't done anything. Vision was.
It's only 1 year old.
So and Cap has done nothing but save your asses, right? So let's take a look at the two people that are enforcing this, Tony and Ross. I'm sensing a white liberal guilt complex here.
Yep. Yeah.
So you're projecting your issues onto me, and you're saying I need to be controlled when you're the one causing the issues.
Ross, you made Abomination,
and he's about to go and deal with Red Hulk stuff soon.
Yeah, you're about to be president
Ross
and
kill
a lot more people.
Crazy. Ross in the comics is nuts. Darius, I was going to talk about.
He's about to be nuts. He's about to be nuts in the MCU. Yeah. Watch Cap 4.
They also don't mention the fact the amount of sacrifice on display from certain Avengers, like even Tony in the first film, Quicksilver's death in the second one. It's like, yeah, you can name these places, but if it wasn't for the Avengers, you wouldn't just be saying Washington, Sokovia. You would be saying Brazil, Argentina, Australia, America, UK. So
part of Wakanda. Like, you better be looking at the Wakanda government and press charges on you.
The goal, the cheek on that mofo to take the high ground like that.
One thing I like about this movie is that Iron Man in the comics, he has villain tendencies. And I like that this movie tests those, and it can say Iron Man could easily be a villain.
Because here's the thing about the MCU. They tone down MCU tones down everyone's asshole a little bit. Everyone in the comics is kind of more of an asshole than they are in the MCU. Like in the MCU, Dr. Strange.
You know what? Tony could still be the villain in the MCU. If they go with our theory about the Ultron robots being used for the Sentinel program, then Tony's still the villain.
It's like the mutants will hate Tony Stark.
Tony wants to do good, but in his pursuit of doing good, he goes too far. He goes.
It's like that Anakin thing, innit? He ends up causing the thing that he tries so hard to prevent from happening.
Because he said it himself, we create our own demons, and that's true.
I was gonna say,
that's what Tony is.
He does all the time.
Darius, you remember in Naruto, Pain, right? Like, you know how Pain was. Pain was basically Tony. Like, he has good intentions, but like he's willing to sacrifice the whole entire village to do what he needs to do.
I love this movie.
That's Tony.
And in a way, Tony and Thanos aren't that different. In a way, Tony and Thanos aren't that different. Thanos just is willing to go.
They really aren't.
Thanos just is willing to go further. That's the difference.
Yeah, one's purple and got a gauntlet, and the other one's
literally Tony says we need to be put in check in the movie.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Tony.
Hold on a minute here. We need to be put in check, or you need to be put in check?
When did we start thinking
that evil on me? Don't put that evil on me.
Show ass.
Here's another thing. So the whole thing about Tony's guilt, they got a kid killed in Age of Ultron, right? So what does Tony do? He brings a kid, Spider-Man, to
his I mean, Brett, I get your point, Darius.
It is true,
Spider-Man, but it is true.
We needed that, okay?
We needed it to happen.
That's a very good point. Child in danger.
I like that it happened.
But like now you're looking at it.
Yeah. I get your point.
It's like,
I guess
it's like I'll put it this way. Like, Tony was like looking at a captain's roster. He said, like, God damn, I mean, how the fuck am I gonna beat this guy?
Like, I remember looking at the rosters for the teams, and I was on Team Cap instantly, primarily because you have Wanda. She smokes the other team like that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I love Black Panther and I love it, but whatever team Wanda's on, the other team loses.
You know what? They better. You know what? Team Iron Man better thank God that Wanda was not full power.
And I knew that Giant Man was going to be a thing.
Full power in that movie.
Like, I knew that Giant Man was going to be a thing as well. I was like, Giant Man, Scarlet Witch. Yeah, the others are getting.
It's like as much as I like Vision, he ain't keeping up with Wanda, bro. Like it ain't happening, dog.
And if Giant Man is a size, he can just pick them. Oh, and one thing I love that this movie did, right? The little team up moment of Rhodey and Tony like punching like Ant-Man in the face. I love that because as the MCU progresses, their friendship kind of gets like
pushed to the side, and I'm like, you know
I'm
what?
like,
Hey, man.
the OD. That's like me and King just like all of a sudden this.
I'm sorry, dog. Like, listen, y'all need to give my boy Sam some credit. I mean, Rhodey some credit, man. Like, listen, this is getting ridiculous. I'm tired of this. Put some respect on War Machine, my guy. Like,
I got something to say about him in this movie. I got something to say about him in this movie. I love Rhodey. This motherfucker talking about, oh, I signed the accord. He said in Infinity War, I signed the accords because it's the right thing to do. No, you signed it because Tony signed it, bro. Come on, let's just be real. You signed it because
I think Rhodey signed it because Rhodey was a
Rhodey's like pro-military though.
Because he's a military guy.
He's a military
dude. But also it's a bit of both. Like he's a pro-military dude and he's a ride or die. Like he'll go with his friend. Like it's
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I think Rhodey would have signed it even if Tony wasn't there.
I think that's genuinely the point of the movie is the hypocrisy and the hubris is you're not exempt from it, whatever side of the fence you're on. Like that's what this movie was trying to communicate.
Because the whole point, Cap is trying to do everything he can to save his best buddy, like Bucky.
Because the thing is,
both trying to look out for people. They're just like going about it different ways.
What made this movie great is it's like when you say that, oh, it's not my problem or whatever, it ends up being your problem if you keep on turning your head. And like you're eventually gonna be in it regardless if you like it or not.
But it's like Rhodey's like afraid to like say why he signed it. He just like holds it back. I hope they go all in with that with Armor Wars because like I felt like there's something.
I think it's because he's pro-military. That
it's probably just to do with that.
Well, maybe
even Rhodey's regretting it now. He's regretting it now.
I mean, even in Infinity War, you could see he was like already on it. He was just like,
he's like, I mean, think about it. Rhodey's the only one who paid a long-lasting. Like he's paralyzed. Like
they need to give Rhodey some
shine. If anything, even though Tony and Steve are very similar, I say there's more similarities between Rhodey and Steve, just from a military standpoint, because they both like just from like this is the. Like, even like I don't know if you've seen the latest episode of Bad Batch, Darius, with Crosshair, but I need to talk to you about that. That was
great fucking
freaking good. Oh, so good. But it's a good soldiers follow orders kind of thing. He believes in the military. He believes in that sort of not necessarily propaganda, but just that system. He believes in that kind of.
He pretty much said like, listen, I put in my time or whatever. I put in my time. I worked my way up to the top and everything. Yeah. And I'm gonna,
especially in the military, because you're kind of conditioned to believe that what you're doing is preventing the world from falling into chaos. You know, and if that is touched or breached in any way, floodgates open. Like that's what it communicates.
I mean, I get it, but it's like I guess that's my complaint.
But also, like, I mean, he's pro-military, but I think by and large, he just wanted to roll with his boy. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like the writing isn't selling me that it was for what you're saying. It's like that's my problem with what they've done with Rhodey in the MCU is like.
Oh, Rhodey's. Hey, listen. When Don Cheadle says the first movie he felt like an Avenger was Endgame.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
As I said, he should have been in that first Avengers. I don't know why he wasn't.
Actually, I do. I know why he wasn't. It was
I mean, well, we know why he wasn't.
Well, if we're going back to all terms.
We know why using Age of Ultron much as well.
That's my problem with how they've handled Rhodey is like we're getting a solo project now. Like
like Rhodey.
Sorry, man.
Black Widow in particular have been treated like poorly.
Ike Perlmutter, blame Ike Perlmutter, bro. That's the guy.
I'm sorry, but this is why I'm like a little mad at Kevin Feige still and everything. I'm still mad at Kevin Feige. He ain't off the hot seat. Bad hairline. Okay, listen.
Bald.
I don't care. Like I'm making a point and everything. You had two superheroes that deserved to be in that phase 2 and 3. And it's freaking Black Widow and Rhodey. Like they needed their fucking movies and everything. That's some bullshit and everything. Like I don't care.
Bro, even if it was just like a little mini side story or something,
Well,
like they waited until now.
Feige didn't take over until Phase 3. Ike Perlmutter was still in charge in Phase 1 and 2, so that's why.
I mean, I remember a trailer for Age of Ultron, and it had Falcon and War Machine in the trailer. I was like, "Oh shit, they're going to be joining with them as well."
You know what happened? Joss Whedon said, "Take that shit out."
Have them in there for the little tokenization quota, the little diversity hire, and then that's it.
He's like, oh hell no! Like, okay,
hey, my movie.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, you wait until the end of the movie to put them in. I'm like, why?
Also,
come on, man.
Something else.
That's like, do you know what? Right? If I had that logic, it would be literally me, Danny, Adam, Shamoon, Evan, Yinko, and then I put Darius and RJ in right at the end of the stream, and then I end the stream. That's what that was. Oh, I was so angry at that. I was like, man.
I was like, throughout the whole entire movie of Age of Ultron, I said, like, where's Rhodey? Where's Sam? They're not part of the Avengers? What's going on here?
Avengers, right? Rhodey is such a ride or die character. If he sees his boy in danger, like he's about to go and die and sacrifice himself, Rhodey's gonna pull up.
Why the hell was Rhodey not in the Battle of New York in Avengers?
That's what I was saying. Like, you telling no, there's no excuse. I don't want to hear nothing.
Iron Man 2 isn't loved by everyone, but I love Rhodey and Tony's relationship in that movie. I love it.
Yeah,
I love that bond, especially
I
that
was
fight.
saying, like, wait a minute, hold on. So he was good enough to be put in Iron Man 2, that piece of shit movie. But you're not gonna put him in like the main battle and everything.
Oh, and then you put him in Iron Man 3 and you make him Iron Patriot. Oof.
That
like,
was
come on, man! Like, you telling me that Rhodey ain't gonna pull up in New York?
That was just weird. Iron Patriot, like, why did we do that? Like, that was.
I was like, because that was my main thing. I said, "Yo, where's Rhodey at? Like, you telling me that Rhodey ain't pulling up? Where's Rhodey at? Rhodey's pulling up.
Like,
he's apparently just flying about New York or something, just somewhere else.
In my opinion, like,
you know what the thing is. Endgame showed us that even the Ancient One was there. So where the hell was Rhodey?
He was on vacation in the Bahamas, just chilling.
You know what Age of Ultron does, and Joss Whedon thinks he's sick for this. He puts War Machine in briefly, and it's like, oh yeah, get these people on the carrier. I'm like, that doesn't take that long. Get him in the shot. Get him in the shot. No, you don't.
You telling me that, like, when all 6 of the Avengers are on the floor, like, fighting off the little Ultron blocks, you telling me that Rhodey ain't pulling up?
Rhodey be the type of dude who will pull up
you
with
know
the
what to do
military.
Yep.
Yeah, Rhodey will pull up with a fleet of fighter jets. Like, what's
He'll
up,
pull up with
Ultron?
some jets behind him. Like, he ain't bloody. I'm sorry, he should have. It shouldn't be the original 6. It should be the original 7. You know, like, come on, like, come on.
It's like, I'm sorry, I'm going to say something controversial. But I'm saying that Rhodey got more of a being of an Avenger than either Hawkeye or Black Widow. I'm saying that and everything. Like,
I agree.
I'm sorry, bro.
Are you saying that Rhodey should be an Avenger above those two, or he has? Like, what are you saying?
He has as much right to be as they do.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
that's basically as much right, not necessarily more. But
I agree with that. I thought you were saying that he has some more.
Because to be fair, I remember when I saw the first poster for the first Avengers film, and I was looking at it, I was like, "Yo, this is sick. Where's my boy?
Rhodey?
Where's Rhodey at?"
Yeah, I agree with that. He does have as much right as them. Yeah,
I'm like. As much as I like Natasha, as much as I like Hawkeye, you telling me that Tony and Rhodey, them taking on the big war things at the same time? No, man.
That's like, imagine if Avengers was Kings of Pop Culture instead. That's like me going like with all of you, and then we leave RJ behind. What? Like, it makes no sense.
What would they try to explain? Like, they'd probably try to explain it away by something stupid. Like, he was in the military at the time. He was probably on a mission.
They wanted to transition it a bit more, but with Rhodey, he's been here since day one.
Because even if Don Tito's like saying like, "Oh, come on, man! Like, you think it's my turn to, yeah, I don't really beg for a lot."
Bro,
but
when I saw that article the first time, he said he felt like an Avenger in Endgame. I said, "Wow."
They actually gave him something to do. He actually had something to do in Endgame. They gave him something to do. I was like, "Yo, Rhodey has something to do."
Rhodey's actually being used. Holy shit.
Only a few phases too late, but finally.
Thank God.
But yeah, I mean, Civil War, freaking goated movie. Still
Also, we gotta talk about that last fight. Tony.
Oh,
Cap
damn.
Hey, yo, your turn to use the shield. My turn to use the shield. Oh,
That was some beautifully choreographed fighting
All
skill.
I'm saying though, if Rhodey was there, that would turn out a bit different.
oh, dude,
Yes,
bros
definitely.
against bros.
Ooh, Rhodey.
I mean,
And
I love Bucky and Cap, but let's be real. Aerial advantage, guns and like. I mean, come on, like War Machine
That's
and
the thing. Tony didn't have to
whipping
Tony didn't.
ass.
I don't know why Tony tried to scrap with Cap, bro. Just blast him. Like, why are you trying to
I
fight
mean,
him?
you see the way Rhodey and Tony took out like Vonko's like drones, like like that. I love Cap.
dude,
I
if
love
both,
Bucky,
if both of them were like an automatic, it's pretty much over.
dude, that freaking minigun on the back of his thing. Done.
I
Or Tony with his lasers.
I won't say pretty much, and I won't say pretty much over. But if it's like,
Well, no, they'll put in a shift, but I mean, objectively speaking, like if you remove like plot contrivance out of it,
because
rap.
I think at Thunderbolts, like Bucky goes, he goes to that place, that dark place.
Hey, yeah, but that's when he's Winter Soldier. When he's in that
Winter
mode,
Soldier and
Winter
Bucky are not the
Soldier.
same.
You
you
can't.
know what? If Thanos saw Winter Soldier coming at him, then
I'll say, Bucky's my guy, bro.
hey, Bucky would have stabbed him.
Anyway, you guys ready to
I love this
transition?
movie. It still holds up. It still
That
holds up.
final
Great
fight- that
movie.
final-
Like
the
to
music-
rewatch it.
The music in
just
that
heard-
final fight. The music.
Oh, Henry
Yeah.
Jackman's score for this movie is absolute god tier. Oh,
That shit doesn't belong to you. Belongs to my father.
you
Yeah,
know,
it makes
you know what the
emotions.
most heartbreaking moment is here is when Tony thinks that Cap's actually going to kill him.
He lost his trust in Cap. He doesn't trust him anymore.
Like he literally puts his hands like that. He thinks Cap's going to actually kill him.
And then we see that comes back later with Walker, where he
Mhm.
does
It's
That
like,
same theme.
dude, and you know what? Also, what's the sad part is like when he just told when Tony told him that you're not worthy of that shield, and that hurt him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, bro? Like, seriously, you're gonna?
I feel like Steve was saying like, all right, bro, here, fuck you.
I think Cap agreed with him.
I think Cap
agreed.
agreed.
Yeah, but
He's
I
like-
think I think the symbolism of him dropping his shield is like he's like, you think of me as this, like I'm more than the
this.
shield. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not defined by
Also,
the shield.
I love my favorite line is when Cap says, I'm sorry, he's my friend. He's talking about Bucky, and then Tony says, so was I. It's like, damn, man. It's like, aw.
It's one of those like you have to pick between your friends, and you really don't want to do that. Like, you're like,
Oh shit, Adam, Danny, I don't know.
Because that shows like Tony and Cap always butted heads, but there was always that respect. Like they always respected the hell out of
Dude,
each
there's
other.
that little moment in Endgame when Cap's giving the speech, and him and Tony just share like a little smile in that little moment.
And that's why I love when they make up an Endgame when they're like, when he's like, you trust me? He's like, I do. It's like, yes. We need that.
It's like even like you just remember before, like when they're about to time travel and Cap's giving his speech and Tony's like smiling, like, yeah, you know what, Cap, that's a good speech. You know, it's just I love it. I love it. I love this movie. It still holds up. 5-star.
Also, before we transition, I want to speak about my two favorite lines from this movie, and they both do come from Spider-Man. That's just me being me, though. But
Well, yeah, he's the
one of my
Best
favorite
character.
lines of all time was when obviously Giant Man's there, and everybody's like
Does anyone have any
trying to
orange
figure out how they're going to take down
Best
Giant
character.
Man, and he goes, "Have any of you guys seen that very old movie?" And they go, "How old is this kid?"
That's hilarious.
I love it.
And
It
then
feels
the
true to
second
the
one-
character, but it also he's like the audience insert, like what
Yeah.
we would be asking, like, hey, you remember with the Empire Strikes Back
Yeah.
and the snow speeders, like
and then
anyone, hello, like
And then the second one is that you see that even though Cap knows that he's on the other side, they become like instantly friends only simply because of where they live.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
like, "Kid, where
where
you
you
from?"
from, kid? Queens? Where you
Queens.
from? Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Yeah,
And
love
then
that.
from
You know,
then
great,
on, they've always had like a weird friendship just simply because of that one thing. And then it also calls back into the later Spider-Man movies where like it's like,
But he pretty
"Have you
much
met
said,
him?" He's like,
Captain
"I
America
stole his
said-
shield."
It's like Captain America basically just said, like, kid, if I really wanted to break you, I
Yeah.
could do it, but I'm not gonna
Yeah,
do that.
Tony
I'm not
tells
going.
him if Cap wanted to lay you out, he would have.
He would.
I don't know if that's true anymore though.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
Not after nowhere. No, not anymore.
Yeah.
But that's another thing. Like, I like seeing all the interactions. Like you had Clint and T'Challa. Like,
Oh,
I'm
and they
Clint.
pay that off later.
I don't
Yes.
care.
I do not care.
You know what? As much as I love that, I'm like, come on, you're the king and all, but come on.
Oh,
like,
Yeah.
one more thing before we transition. Tony, you were an asshole to Natasha, bro. Like that was
Oh,
some
yeah.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that wasn't nice.
shit.
That wasn't
double
nice.
agent. If you're playing double agent, what are you talking about? Like
That's cold, bro. Like Natasha's trust you, bro. Like that's horrible. Like
and you know that
she
pissed
said
me
you
off.
got family, dog.
Natasha said in Endgame, she said that was her family. So how do you think in Civil War she felt when she has?
She probably got it the worst.
Because you got to look at it.
That's her
what happened in
family.
Black Widow. Her family split up in Black Widow, and then it happened again. It happened twice.
But she's more attached to Cap and
Like
Cap.
they all felt it on a level, but you could tell Black Widow would have felt it on a deeper level. Like
basically, her family's like this. Nick, screw Red Guardian. Nick Fury's her father. That's her father.
Yeah, that's her father.
Cap, Iron Man, Thor, that's her brothers, and like etc. Those are her brothers. So when he said that to her, oh, buddy, I was like, okay, Tony, you want to play
It's
that?
like, I'm sorry. I was like, yo, Tony, now that's cold, bro. That's cold. King T'Challa told me that.
Fair, he did kind of make up for it when he like they were coming after Natasha. He was like, "Please hold." He was like, "I'm not gonna help you. I'm not gonna help you catch her. You can. I'm not gonna help you do it." But
fucking good movie.
Yeah, he met. Come on, Tony.
He also let Ross, not Ross. He let Steve break all the people.
Please hold.
Please hold.
No, don't.
Tony.
Sorry, Evan's about to say something, and then we just do a source.
So I also love how, like in Endgame, Cap and Tony like they reminisce, like not reminisce, but like they reconcile. And that scene where like he rolls up, he's like, "What happened to your face? Like, why you? I like a baby or something. Like, you look like you just turned into a baby." And then he gives him the shield, and he's like,
other things, yeah. What are you doing here?
Like Steve said, "What are you doing?" Like Tony, I don't. And he's like, "Why? My father made it for you. Take it." And I was like, "Yes."
Fucking beautiful moment. Beautiful moment. I love
it.
Okay,
now we can transition.
And we're all in agreement that the comic is absolutely goated. I mean, the movie. The movie.
Yeah.
Awful movie.
No.
The movie. And let's transition before I get my head bitten. No, we're transitioning now. King, next topic.
Yes, we will transition. You guys can have your little Civil War after the show. Anyway, so let's go.
I know what I did, and I'm proud of it.
It's his show, his rules. But anyway, like we're gonna talk about Ant-Man again.
Yes, sir.
It's treason then.
It's treason.
Like, once again, like I said, I don't hate Ant-Man. I always gotta put that out there. I don't hate Ant-Man or anything. I don't.
Here we go. This is all the reasons
Here we
why.
go again. Here we go again. Here we go again.
I think the trailer was cool. I thought the trailer was cool. Like, you know, Jonathan Majors as Kang. He looks pretty awesome. So like, we'll just see.
Looks legit. You know, RJ said something the other day that I really agree with. He looks great in costume, but just as Jonathan Majors, he looks even.
He looks
honestly, like Jonathan Majors.
You know, dare I say it? The approach they're going for with Kang is Thanos and Zemo in one.
Yeah.
You know, the shot in the trailer where he's looking across like the battle, like his army, and it's like he turns. It's like a quick shot. He's got like the cape. I was like, "Ooh, but he looks like a gladiator, bro."
Dude, they are doing so right by him. I love it because the thing is with Kang in the comics, yeah, he's cool, but he always takes a back seat to people like Thanos or Doom or Magneto. Like he never really gets.
Kang in the comics is a job. King in the comics is a jobber. He just loses. His whole thing is that he shows up. He's
cool, but they never utilize him in any comic whatsoever.
He's a Spike Dudley type of character. He's just there.
Going to bring so much depth to him.
Yes, he will.
When he's like, you might not want her to watch this. Like, I was like,
bro. When he said, I was like, what? Like what he said,
and then like he says, you thought you could win. Like, and he's taunting him, and he steps on his mask. I was like, oh yeah,
bro. I like a villain who's not afraid to throw hands. Like he's not afraid to just
he doesn't.
Let's go.
He's not doing I like that approach because it's not like how we've seen it with Thanos, where Thanos will wait. He'll pull up himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll get his hands dirty.
Because Kang's whole thing is like, why send someone else to do something I can do myself in less time? Like, I'll do it myself. Fine.
Absolutely.
It's like,
and it's good that I feel like he's a natural progression for villain because of the time travel element they used in Endgame. They're gonna need it here because you're literally fighting a dude that can.
And this is a way so like people are gonna be like, why didn't you use time travel to fix this? Why didn't you use time travel to fix that? Because Kang messed it up because we can't do it anymore. Because if we do,
basically I think what this will do is this will not necessarily retcon time travel. It will render it useless.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, we're not gonna mess with time. We're not gonna mess with time anymore because when we do,
like honestly, after Kang's done like time and multiverse stuff, it will probably phase back into linear, just straight linear.
They'll probably do it every once in a while for like something.
Every once in a while.
Blame Sophie. Blame Sylvie.
He said Sophie.
Sylvie.
Yeah, blame her. Yeah,
I mean, it's true though because people blame Peter and Strange and Wanda.
Blame my boy Peter. Don't you blame my boy Peter? He didn't do nothing.
It was the Loki Huffa.
This man, he who remains, told her exactly what would happen if he died, and she did it anyway.
He specifically told her, like, hey, if you kill me, like, bad things gonna happen.
And that was the peaceful version.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
That was the Morgan Jones version of it, for God's sake.
The chill version of Kang is still a bad. He remains still a bad guy. He still enslaved timelines. He still made bad shit happen. He still basically erased variants just for being different. He's like, yeah, you're getting erased. Yep. Sorry, but he's the most good. Like that's the best version of Kang.
Think about how evil. Think
about how evil these other ones.
He even told her, like, listen, okay. Yeah. You're not hearing me, lady. Like, if you kill me, this bad mofo that doesn't have no remorse or any of the rules, like,
he's coming
now. And not just one bad one, a ton of bad Kang.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see different versions.
We're gonna kill you anyway.
Like you might see versions of Kang fighting each other. You'll see versions of Kang killing different people. You might even see a version of Kang killing himself.
Like, can I just say? This suit, like the way he stands, and like
I'd time that background change perfectly.
Like he just embodies, like he's just standing there, like he just looks so much
bigger
than Ant-Man. Like,
Jonathan Majors is blown up. He's gonna be in Creed 3 as well. That dude.
And this is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, man.
With acting, Jonathan Majors. I guarantee you, no one knew who the hell he was. Now he's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So give it 10 years, and you know.
I put it this way, man. Like Jonathan Majors can play pretty much any black superhero, in my opinion. He could be Jon Stewart. He could be Spawn.
He would be great.
He could play Black Panther. Like he could be.
I'm just saying, give it 10 years, and maybe I could have the same fortunes.
Him as Jon Stewart. Yes,
he would be great. Do you know what?
That's what I'm saying. Like, don't he look like Jon Stewart, bro?
Once they're done with Kang. If DCU sorts its shit out,
I mean, like I said, like he's one of those actors that just embodies a like.
Do you know what he is? He's like, you know what Ian McDiarmid is? He's reliable. Like you know what you get with him. So whatever role you put him in, you know, pedigree, bankable.
It's like this. Some actors like they're good for the role, but when it comes to costume, you're not like amazed, but like he embodies Kang, like that.
It's like this role was meant for him.
And just based on what we've seen in the trailer, he's completely different. He Who Remains was like crazy and like high energy and like kind of not all there because he had literally been sitting in place forever. Like he literally sat on his ass forever. Like I go crazy too.
I'm looking at Jonathan Majors. I said, like, dog, like, man, honestly, if he was not part of Marvel, like DC should pick him up as Jon Stewart.
Well, I mean, once they're done with Kang, I mean. Jon Stewart.
I'm just saying, bro. Like you could
go
right there. You could be. He could be the Green Lantern, bro. Like seriously, like
I think you can start with Hal Jordan first over there, and then bring in Jon Stewart. So gives you a bit of time.
I'm just saying, like, or you can, like, he can literally be like the next Spawn if they do reboot of Spawn.
Oh, he would crush it. Like, I also want to take this moment to like say that in regards to Scott, there is a chance Scott could die in the film.
Yeah,
but I feel like it's too obvious.
I don't think he's gonna die. Honestly,
I feel like it's too obvious. Maybe a variant of him will die, or it's a red herring for someone else that's gonna die.
I think Wasp
might die. I think Scott might die in Avengers, not in this.
Mm-hmm.
He might die there.
But But I don't want him to because it's like, let him be a father to Cassie Riders. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do like with the Ant-Man trilogy, like we were discussing last week. It's a lot more heart in it than that, and I think after Endgame, like Endgame, really for me is the benchmark for what characters are gonna go where. Because Rocket survived, there's a good chance he's gonna die in the third one. Because Ant-Man,
that Drax is gonna die.
Because Ant-Man didn't get a chance to spend, time with his daughter, he's gonna do like Endgame is a good benchmark for what character's gonna go where, in my opinion, just because of that 5 years of gap that the characters missed out on, or whether they did or they survived or whatever. But I feel like it's too obvious, but someone is definitely getting axed in the movie. Someone.
Kang is too
Someone's
sick. Kang is out here.
I think it'll be Hank.
I think.
Do you think it might be Nicole Kidman?
I think it'll be Hank. I think Hank might be the one.
I mean, Michelle Pfeiffer. God damn.
Wasp.
I mean, to be fair, it could be her and Hank.
Yeah.
Because
they both hold.
I do.
It might be Hope too. It might be Hope too. It could be Hope too. I can see that too.
Ooh. But I actually think that no matter what happens, because Kang is trying to get out of the quantum realm, so that's
Which he will.
Which he will.
I think that Scott gets trapped in the quantum realm again. Everybody else leaves.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And then Cassie has
like a little personal pet.
Yeah.
Cassie has to warn the Avengers.
Oh, that would be a good setup. Like maybe Scott isn't necessarily killed, but he's like a personal pet for Kang.
Yeah.
To use.
He basically said
and she goes to Sam Wilson first.
He basically just telling Scott hey, so you went against me. You think you could go against the dude that knows everything? Well, you know what? You belong to me now. I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
As much as they're throwing down and they're in a fist fight, you ain't winning a fist fight against Kang as Ant-Man. Nah.
Kang sees everything. He knows what's going to happen.
He knows, the best character from Star Wars that I could compare him to. I think you'll like this, Darius. He's Thrawn with powers.
Yep. He's Thrawn if Thrawn could throw hands and he had.
And I tell you what, right? For those who don't know Thrawn, you can hide from Vader. You can hide from the Emperor. You ain't hiding from Thrawn. So with that being said,
he's that Force awareness.
And that's the bottom line because the Chosen One said so.
And that's the bottom line because the Chosen One said so.
And here's another thing about
every time
Kevin Feige today, he put out a little. He said Kang in this movie is nerfed. He doesn't even have his main.
From the trailer, he looks sort of toned down just to keep the.
He's nerfed. He doesn't.
Just to keep the balance.
He needs to find his thing so he can have his full time travel powers.
Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman. Classic line.
Once Kang gets that time travel thing, bro, it's wrapped. It's over.
It's
he
done.
doesn't even have it yet.
It's done.
The only person that could beat Kang is Victor Von Doom. Without hesitation. That's it. That's the only person that Kang is scared of.
Doom is the best.
I know people are gonna kind of worried that it's gonna repeat Infinity War and Endgame, but it's gonna happen. Kang Dynasty, the Avengers are gonna get smoked.
That's the only way you can do it.
Because it's a formula that works. For the first two Avengers movies, it was different, but I think when you introduce villains like this, with the first Avengers, it was a setup for Thanos down the line anyway. With Age of Ultron, it was to further the plot for Civil War. For Infinity War, it was the culmination. For Endgame, it was the cherry on top of the culmination. But with this, it's more of, and I love the approach that they're taking, is Thanos would just chill and wait. And that's why we love him, is he waited for the right moment to strike. Kang doesn't care. He'll pull up himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of Kang throughout the next few movies.
I think
you'll see him.
We got Loki season 2. We got Fantastic Four possibly because he's connected to Reed Richards.
I think he'll be in pretty much almost every movie.
But I think you guys will probably agree with me. Once Kang dies or whatever, Victor Von Doom was just watching everything on his computer.
And who's the next logical villain post him?
He gonna be sitting in his chair looking like this or playing his
next logical villain. Whatever, I mean, I still stand by what I said. I think this should be them going for Phase 4, 5, and 6. That's Kang. Phase 7, Doom. Phase 8, Galactus. Phase 9, Doom for the final.
You don't go bigger than Doom. Doom is that guy.
Maybe you do Doom for one phase. You have Doom disappear, then you do Galactus or whoever. And then you do Doom for the fucking Avengers.
Final. I don't want to be this guy, but I think once you do Doom,
Yeah, like you gotta save it.
Top boom. Like, come on.
Like, I mean, they could, to be fair, because of Eternals, they could do Galactus first, and I actually would prefer that. Get Galactus out.
I think Galactus is coming sooner than people think.
Yeah,
I think
like Eternals is really pushing that hard. So I think once
Hope
Kang
it's
is
not
done,
a port cloud.
oh Jesus Christ. So once Kang Dynasty is done, Secret Wars is done, the events of it, I think, will open the floodgates for Galactus to then come into the fold.
Yeah.
Then I can see Doom being like, what will happen once Kang's done? Galactus may get a movie for himself, because let's be honest, as much as the Fantastic Four like to claim him as their villain, and he is an Avengers level threat. Like, let's be honest.
You don't kill Galactus. You just get him to go away.
Exactly. So Avengers 6 is it, or is it Avengers 7?
It'll be 7 by that point.
You're right. So Avengers 7 is Galactus. Then that is good because that acts as a break. So that'll be like Avengers 1, Age of Ultron. We go back to that for a little bit. Then for Avengers 8 and 9, we go back to the Infinity War Endgame storytelling. So like we have a breather. Because I feel like if you go from Kang straight into Doctor Doom, like there's no time to sort of let it.
Yeah.
You want
the
to
thing is,
let it marinate.
Because the thing is, like, Galactus,
then you have Doom whoop their fucking asses, and then you have him losing in the 9th one.
He likes eating planets, and like I guess like Kang's energy can probably get him to sense off to Galactus or whatever.
You can
like,
have Doom like in Phase 7 for sure, but I think like Galactus will be. I'm
sensing a lot of energy on planet Earth. I'm going there. Silver Surfer, go check it out for me.
I just want to say Hayden Christensen is Silver Surfer. Make it happen.
Silver Surfer's coming soon. Silver Surfer might be fantastic. Silver Surfer's coming soon. They said they're going to do a special on him.
Yeah.
So the next few years.
You know how you said that Kang will probably he's probably going to win in Kang Dynasty. What if it's not like he wins like an ultimate win like Thanos? What if he wins, but he puts all of the 616 characters that's in the film on Battle World, and then that Secret Wars they have to get out of Battle World.
Yeah. That's basically probably what will happen.
Yeah,
I mean, this movie or these two movies are coming at a great time because they have to soft reboot the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, like all of that. They got a lot of baggage. So
Fantastic Four, can we get the damn cast already?
I think there might even be scenes in there of a massacre. You might see him going from universe to universe, smoking people.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at the beginning of Kang Dynasty is Kang in another universe killing the Avengers.
Yo, in like let's say, maybe you could use like what if, right? You take some of the Fox X-Men and you have them be in the same universe as Fan Four Stick with other characters like that, maybe like Gabriel Luna's Ghost Rider, and you have them smoke them all.
You know what I would like? I would like other like variants of characters in 616, and they tell our main universe characters how they've lost like their experience with Kang, and you can have them like show up in like maybe a potential Loki season 2 or like Kang Dynasty.
I think this will also be used as a soft reboot for things like they'll like for instance with Wanda, they'll keep her Sokovia stuff intact, but with this incursion, it will basically act as a soft reboot. And on that universe, the one that 838, that Wanda, her dad is Magneto, guaranteed. I guarantee it. Fucking see it. Her dad is Magneto. So then when the incursion happens, it's a soft reboot.
Dude, wouldn't it be like low key? Wouldn't it be kind of cool if like Ian McKellen is have Wanda's hand in
I still stand by what I said, that once they close multiverse stuff, I would love a scenario where you get all of the pre-MCU characters on one Earth. All the pre-MCU ones on one Earth. I'm talking Toby, Wesley, Ian, Hugh, one Earth. Leave them there.
You brought up Wanda. They're going to need Wanda because they need Wanda to defeat Kang.
He's scared of Wanda, bro.
Say what you want about Wanda. They need Wanda, bro.
This is Wanda's chance to redeem herself. If she
not even just Wanda, you need fucking Phoenix. You need everyone. Like I'm talking like if this is the multiverse saga, I want to see the most powerful.
Kane is scared of Wanda, bro. He
you don't want no part of that.
Because somebody's theory of like he was seeing Wanda in the other screen because you can actually see the red light on his screen. Like if you watch Loki too, he's like, "Oh no, hey, What? I can't censor. No. Hey, I
I mean,
can't
just
censor.
imagine if
It
you get
ain't
like
good. Like,
just
where's my
imagine a
powers?
scene
Like,
of like Famke Janssen's Jean Grey and Scarlet Witch taking on Kang. Like that would be
Oh, boy.
fucking golden.
That would be
I would
buddy.
love
That's
that. I mean, I know
Oh.
people don't. But that just because it's multiverse, they may not. No, Secret
Bro,
Wars is fucking huge. There's a
dude,
high
what if
chance
what
every
if
single character will appear. A high chance.
Dude, what if
Every
Kane
character.
just straight?
Hey,
What if Kane just straight up tells Wanda like, "Oh, you know the reason why your husband got killed was because of me, because I let it happen." Like, I was
Oh,
like,
and also on that, you know, not
I
just
wrote the script.
not just like
Secret
necessarily
Wars, man.
pre-MCU characters coming into the fold, like Blade or Toby or whoever. But I think even with No Way Home, you could bring back Dr. Octopus to help. Like you could bring back bloody Norman Osborn to help if you
There's a
wanted to.
rumor that Defoe might be in it.
Exactly. You can even have a version of Thanos helping them. Like that's how big this. Like, because I want fans to really enjoy this because once Kang's done, it's going to go back to linear. This is the biggest sandbox comic book out there.
On that note, could you imagine a scenario where Norman Osborn and Peter Parker are working together?
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
I am a scientist myself.
And not just villains, not the people we've seen before. I think we're going to get Hydra Cap and Evil
Oh,
Tony.
yes. Superior Iron Man.
Maybe even Evil
get Human Torch.
Wars might have to be a two-parter. It might have to be a two-parter.
It might have to be. You never know.
Either that or it's like 3.5 hours or 4 hours long.
I wouldn't mind that, but I'm just people don't realize Secret Wars is all
Secret Wars is probably the hugest.
First off,
Marvel
in the
movie.
comics, there's two different Secret Wars. It looks like they're doing both. They're doing like there's the one with the they're doing there's the Beyonder one, and then there's the Doctor Doom one. It's like they're combining them.
Combining them, yeah.
Yeah, with like.
Do you think after Secret Wars, you think they'll do the Spider Wars art? I hope they don't.
Sony's doing that already.
I think Sony might have
doing that already.
Doing that.
Sony will do it.
And
Sony will do it, yeah, because Sony keep copying everything they do and doing it shitter.
I don't think we have Tom Holland Spider-Man doing it.
But I mean, I also don't want people to build themselves up to be disappointed by certain things not being in the movie. But with the context of it being Secret Wars, it's different because there is so many. Especially when you look at the purpose of Secret Wars, like Crisis on Infinite Earths, it was around a time when there was like 50 different comic book lines, and it was a way of just going, okay, this, mesh, bye, boom, done.
You got too convoluted. They had to reboot.
Yeah, and also again, it comes at the perfect time because you got to reboot the mutants into the MCU, and again, you can't not have their history. It's so key to you can't just have them down in New York and not like you can't do an Eternals for them. Like you can't. You have to reboot them into it. Fantastic Four, you've got to do that. And then you've got to address the multiple universes because the casuals are going to go, why isn't fucking Michael Fassbender here? When also then you can cherry pick, as we said, like you can cherry pick the best elements, bring them.
Also, can Kang just fucking destroy the Fan Forster universe forever?
Yeah, burn that universe alive.
The only thing I ask for Secret Wars is, can we get both the Magnetos like to talk with each other? Like, can we just like you know?
Yes.
Also, I want to say this. So, as a Secret Wars,
it's a 4-hour movie. To be honest.
I don't think that Avengers will be like the flagship movies anymore.
I think it'll be X-Men.
You know
what I think they're gonna do?
It's like
I guarantee it. They're gonna do AVX. They're gonna do Avengers versus X-Men eventually.
Yeah,
dude.
Dude. Instead of doing Civil War 2, so once you finish up with Secret Wars, maybe you don't do Galactus for Avengers. Maybe you do it for Fantastic Four, and then you know like what Captain America: Civil War is with that. Maybe you do a Fantastic Four ensemble movie against Galactus or something with the Eternals or whatever the fuck. And then you do Avengers versus X-Men for Avengers 7, is it? For Avengers 7. Then you do Doctor Doom, but then Avengers will phase out, and then X-Men will take over. And in truth, right, once that's happened and you've done Avengers storylines, you can carry on with the X-Men for another 20 years.
X-Men have their own storylines, and there's other teams.
And you can build to a Phoenix saga that you actually earn.
Actual Phoenix saga.
I think we're gonna start seeing Senator Kelly and William Stryker in Captain America 4.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll do a good job. I just hope they don't bite off more than they can chew because it's a lot to juggle and
mutants.
Mutant is sounds another like Civil War, not in terms of story, but like
in terms of scope.
There's a lot of shit happening.
It's gonna happen.
There's a lot that's going on in that movie.
You got the leader in that shit. You got Serpent Society in that shit. You got like
I hope the leader is just a one-time villain. I fucking hate the leader, dude.
I think he'll be like the main.
Damn.
I think he'll be the main antagonist of Thunderbolts.
Oh god, dude, the leader's so freaking annoying, bro.
Oh, that was all the more satisfying when John Walker does that slam right on his head or something.
The leader is like, it's annoying, bro. Like if you guys seen the leader in a comic book, and if you've seen the leader in the Hulk animated series,
the leader's a pain in the ass.
bro. I can't stand him, dog. Like,
well, I mean, the one thing that Ant-Man 3 is opening up is so much potential going forward, and I think with Hugh coming back for Deadpool 3, all bets are off. Like no one, you can't place it. Like nothing's off the table now. Nothing. Like Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider, fuck yeah, bring him in. Thomas, bring them all in. Fuck it, why not? Because, like, being honest, this is the last chance you're gonna have to do. I think also, fans, we need to really get ready to say goodbye to some people for good this time, because the X-Men rights they expire once Phase 6 is done. That's not a coincidence. The minute Multiverse is done, the X-Men will be softly rebooted and started fresh. So this is the final time you may see Hugh, the final time you'll see Ian. It's like a swan song for them. And do you know what would be funny? Little moments like, I don't know, Toby and Andrew saying, oh, we're in the Avengers now. Like stuff like that. You know,
that's definitely happening. They're going to say that.
Maybe the fourth time for Professor X.
There you go.
No. Also,
not what I meant. Not what I meant.
A lot of these actors.
Not what I fucking meant. No more. Enough.
Sir Patrick, and Sir Ian, they're getting old.
Yeah, they're getting old, man.
Yeah. They're not gonna be around much longer, man.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like I was heated, bro, because you could see Sir Patrick like in the X-Men chair. I said like he just looks old, man. Like
Yeah, it's more of just I think a lot of the pre-MCU actors that come back, it's the last time you'll see them. So like even Wesley, if he comes back, no doubt, even if the Blade movie hasn't come out yet, you'll see Mahershala Ali in the movie. You might have a scene of them two interacting, and it's like a way of passing the torch. And
dude, I hope he has that conversation. Said I'm supposed to work with all you.
And also because the fans are the way they are, you need scenes like that because Wesley Snipes is obviously rightly so held in such high regard. And we don't have a problem with Mahershala Ali, but I think seeing Wesley,
motherfucker, you started all this shit.
That man on, you know, like I mean, I think Ian McKellen, you know, Patrick Stewart, Hugh, you may never see those guys again, but Michael Fassbender, James, like they're still the perfect age. Like you could play them until they go old and gray.
They might come back in the MCU.
Yeah, like you can reboot with them. Not all the actors, unfortunately, because I think half of them are just. No, but you know, but James McAvoy, Michael Fassbender, yes,
yeah,
and Ryan Reynolds is locked in
because
Ryan Reynolds is gonna be he's gonna be Deadpool forever.
Yeah, I think he's gonna fill the Stan Lee void. You know, like the Stan Lee cameos. It'll be Deadpool.
I agree.
Deadpool just shows up and like an unrelated. He just shows up,
and the thing is, he doesn't need any context. Like it could be the end of I don't know, frickin' Guardians 3, and he's just there flipping pancakes or something,
making a chimichanga.
Like with a chef hat on, just flipping pancakes.
Like, the thing is, like Patrick and Ian, like they even said, like you know, with all the new technologies, like kind of throwing them off, and like they don't know what they're doing and stuff, like, and they just feel like they're in.
I think the emotions are going to be heavy. Like it's going to be, especially because, like, think of how emotional it was saying goodbye to like them in isolated moments, like Toby or Patrick, or saying goodbye to them all together. Like, just imagine a shot of all the pre-MCU actors. Secret Wars is done. They go back to whatever universe.
Going in the portal.
I hope they just don't kill him, bro. Like I'm gonna be mad.
No, then it's personal. You do not again.
I hate to say it, but I think
hold on. No, we're not doing that.
Some people are dying. Some people are dying.
Hold on a second. 1 second.
Some people are dying, bro. It's
gonna happen.
1 second. If it's earned, then fine. If it's Doctor Strange 2 BS, then fuck no.
Do you know what happened in Secret Wars? Like, there's some bad shit.
Yeah, I'm fully aware. But again, there's a way, like, from a
shit goes down, Darius.
From a filmmaking standpoint, there's a way to earn it. Doctor Strange 2 did not fucking earn it whatsoever. I don't want that happening here.
It's not going to be like that. I'm just
like
saying,
the man RJ Slice
I'm expecting a lot of characters to probably get axed for good. But
King is going to kick some ass.
Yeah, for sure.
RJ. But you know what you're doing.
Again, it's about
you know what you're doing.
If you don't earn it,
I'm just
don't
trying to
believe you.
I know my boy
I'm just trying to prepare people for like letting go.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know about that. We got a fourth Spider-Man, so I wouldn't, you know.
Gonna die.
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
Ain't going nowhere. Ain't going
Secret Wars, entire Earth get control off deleted, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Like, put it this way: if they do it, like I think it's because not just Doctor Strange too, but if you look at Crisis on Infinite Earths and how the Arrowverse handled that, they literally brought people in just to smoke them off, and it wasn't earned. If they do it like that, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, you
might have heroes killing other heroes.
Yeah, do it in a way that's serviceable. Do it in a way that's earned. Or you could even do it like I said for Deadpool 3. What if it's a scenario where Deadpool and Wolverine actually kill everyone on the Earth? Kang shows up. He's like, "Oh, you've done my job for me." Battle World.
Yeah.
You guys entered into my tournament. The battle.
You've done my work for me.
That could happen.
Like I think, luckily though, we've got some good people at the helm. And if a character like, let's say, I don't know, could you imagine a scene where like Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider dies, or you know, maybe James Marsden's Cyclops, like a proper version of him. Maybe he dies properly this time with a dignified death.
Screen.
On screen, the leader of the fucking X-Men, for fuck's sake. Stupid. Sorry, that I'm never living that down. James Norrington. But I think, you know, having, oh my god, Jesus,
dare you?
I think having moments like that could really have some emotional payoff. And I think it would have to happen in Kang Dynasty. Some of them, I think, at the end of the movie, or like sprinkled throughout the movie. So if you because they got to be careful, because I don't want to see Logan dying again. I don't want to see Patrick dying again. Like, you know, but there will be
everyone will die. It'll just be,
but
like
there will be some.
There'll be certain people, because you have to sell. We were talking about Secret Wars. You have to sell the fact that it is a war. People do.
I mean, to be fair, Professor X might die again. To be fair, because you've got James and Michael, so you don't like the old guard.
You'll need both to survive.
Yeah. Shit. Damn it.
Prepare yourself.
I mean, hell, you could have a version of Thanos teaming up with them as well. Like, that's another thing.
Yeah.
You could have,
honestly, I couldn't take that seriously. I would laugh my ass.
It would be mad, but I would freaking love it. I would love it. It would.
Thanos and Matt Nita teaming up.
I think the What If show kind of made that. I think the What If shows made that a very likely thing now.
Oh yeah, the good Thanos.
The good Thanos. I think it's made it a very likely thing.
I would laugh.
But I think, you know,
like, what if Thanos wasn't crazy and he actually used the gauntlet to actually make?
If it was actually nuanced,
he actually made the gauntlet to make more resources instead of killing people.
Yeah, instead of that, he just goes.
We get a version of Thanos versus Kang, and Thanos versus another version of Kang.
There can be multiple Thanoses.
Multiple Thanoses going against each other, and multiple.
Like, this is what I mean. Like, with it being multiverse, like. I say this in context. Expect to get jerked around a lot. There's going to be a lot of deaths that happen for the same character like 3 times.
You know what I expect Kang Dynasty? You know what I expect Kang Dynasty to be? Is literally just Kangs fighting other Kangs, but the Avengers are in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, I expect Kang to die at least maybe fucking 8 times.
Like one Kang will be like, "Yo, I'm the main Kang."
You know how that
another
shot
Kang
in the
shows
trailer?
up, like, "Bitch, I'm the main Kang." And then another
King.
Oh my god, that would be such a scene.
Man. You know that shot in the trailer where it's like a bunch of Ant-Mans fighting? I don't think that's. Yeah. I think that's done on purpose. Like,
yeah, that's put there intentionally. But the good thing is, though, is even though if some characters do die, like legacy characters, it will be done in a way that is, you know, it's a final hurrah, and you need to have stakes for this particular story, especially. Because once you finish it, you go back to linear storytelling. So with it being multiversal, I think axing everyone's a poor decision. But I think you could have moments where, what would be heartbreaking? If you take,
bro, what if Toby dies, bro? I'm sorry.
Do you know what you could do? I just had a thought.
Sorry.
I just had a thought. Ding, 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 ding. I just had a thought. What if you take the original Fantastic
I heard Toby dying. What's going on here?
Don't put that. No.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
What if you take do you want to know why Toby and Andrew won't die? Sony.
That is true.
Sony. Like that's literally
they
the main
basically
reason.
said like, think about this, dude.
Money.
I mean, like you already know Sony's like looking at them like, so
but some character deaths that could potentially happen are situations where, I had an idea in my head. Fan four stick, right? Everyone knows no one loves that movie. What could you do to make people give a shit? You kill off Thing.
Ooh.
You kill off Thing and you have him die in Reed's arms.
No, everyone loves the Thing too. Oh,
damn. Now imagine that. We don't like the movie, but just imagine that. Just for a second. Or even if it's not Fan Four Stick, imagine the original Fantastic Four. Imagine that Ben Grimm dying.
I love that. I love that. I love that Thing. Yeah. That dude, that was my guy.
He was awesome.
That was my dude.
No, you know who I hope dies a fucking horrible death? Fan Four Stick Doctor Doom. Fuck Fan Four Stick.
You know what? I stand by what I said originally. If that Doctor Doom, like if Doctor Doom gets introduced right properly, right? It's the juice. If the new Doctor Doom gets introduced and that one get cut, he's like, oh yo, I'm the original. Bang, one shot him.
Fuck out of here. You're not Doctor Doom.
Fuck out of here.
Shoot.
Out of here.
Like a leaky trash bag. Get the fuck out of here. He does. Look at the picture.
With chemicals.
A leaky trash bag with acid.
That's what it looks like. Someone do like.
He's out here looking like flubber, but in cement.
Yo, we out here like Flint.
We out like Flint.
Out like Flint.
But yeah, the possibilities are endless, man. Hey, you got to add this onto the agenda for
I think
next
Ant-Man's gonna be good.
Potential.
I think Ant-Man's gonna be good. It looks good.
So,
I wouldn't even be surprised.
Do you guys want to make this like a small part series, like just talk about the Secret War or whatever, or like
But you know what? I wouldn't even be surprised. Just before we transition, I want to run this by you guys. We know Kang Dynasty is going to be a thing. We know Secret Wars is going to be a thing. The only worry I have is it's so much story to condense in 2 movies because arguably it's Marvel's biggest comic. Like arguably, you can make a case for it. Wouldn't you be? Would you be surprised if there's a Secret Wars Part 2?
No, it should be.
I've been saying this to RJ for months. I think it might be a secret trilogy they're not telling us about because
they haven't. They're very coy on revealing what's past.
Because if you've been paying attention recently, the slate has been changing a whole lot. Like they've been moving.
Even if let's say hypothetically Kang wins in Kang Dynasty. You can't wrap the whole of Secret Wars. Like Endgame and Infinity War is different because it's a different context. Thanos and his army, time travel, all right. But Secret Wars is a multiversal level thing. I think it could be 3.
Unless you have 2 like 3.5 hour.
Unless they're long as fuck. Like I'm talking like 4 hours.
Fucking like Lord of the Rings
like
shit.
Lord of the Rings.
We ain't having that. So 3 hours maximum. I'm not trying to blame.
Yeah, here's the note. Marvel can do that, but they can't do that at the same time. It's like because you won't get that much money. Like when there's like a big Marvel film that comes out, they want to fill up those theaters. Like you can't if you have like a 4-hour movie, you can't put it in every
longer the movie, the less challenge you have.
Exactly. You do something like that though. You go and see Secret Wars. No one knows there's a part 2. You get to the end of the movie, end credits, cliffhanger. Oh, there's a part 2?
Or they could.
I think it should be a 2-parter. Like
they could pull a Deathly Hollows.
It's going to be a secret trilogy.
They could do a Deathly Hollows where they film both at the same time and split it up.
Yeah, back to back.
Or they basically what they did with the Pirates of the Caribbean, like like they did it back to back or whatever. Like you didn't think there was going to be a part 2 until you saw Barbossa come. Part 3 until Barbossa came down. You like. Word? Like, okay.
You didn't think there was going to be an unexpected character death either.
You gotta let it go.
No, I'm like a Snyder fan. I won't let it go.
Speaking of fans, I guess we could transition.
Right, now, I think for this one, and look, it's come down to the original.
The OGs.
The OGs. So, let's put Eli as the background. Now, I'm going to just take a piss. But with that being said, you know what to do. Danny?
Hack the system.
Go all in. You have the floor. You have the... Well, in this case, yeah.
Oh, boy. Hold on, guys. 1 minute.
Prepare yourself.
My love hawk! Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I don't usually want to.
I'm gonna join you on that. There you go.
I don't usually want like have to do this, and I don't like responding to any of you criticisms and your little fan pages and clickbaits. But since you guys don't know what the difference between a fan and a fangirl with the tampons between your legs or whatever, I'm gonna teach you something. I'm gonna teach you the way of the motherfucking fist. Okay, so let's see.
Look at he changed it to the.
Oh my god.
Listen,
Oh shit! Here we go
you
again.
Hawk fans, fangirls are getting on my everlasting nerves. There's a difference between you being just a regular fan and then you just got you being your fan girl-ish thing. Like, it is ridiculous. People are hitting me up talking about you are a Hawk hater. How can you like it? Oh, Hawk is this and Hawk is that. Oh, shut up. Stop being a female and grow some hair on your nuts and everything. Like, seriously. Like, like, seriously. You guys make me sick. Okay, first of all, most of your guys' arguments are stupid and everything. You're saying that this guy is he can beat Robbie now, like because therefore if he beats Robbie, he's the best fighter. You have no merit because by your logic, guess what? Kenny's the best fighter, you moron, you dumbass, and everything. And if you guys know who I'm talking about, he ain't getting no clout on here, but it's pretty easy and everything. Like, let's keep it 100 up in here. Like, listen, I have to go through this every single Sunday. Hawk is a good character. Eli is a good character. But the thing is, some of you guys let him do whatever he want to. Like he has no like filter. He can do whatever he wants to. And you want to know what's the funny part? These are the same people that say like, "Oh, but Hawk asked for forgiveness. Hawk asked for like, he's cool with everybody." Huh? Really? So you're gonna just forgive all his sins, but some characters are not created equally. We're not gonna mention their name and everything because if you know who the GOAT is, y'all sure don't want to give him no
right.
Oh, for God's sake, aren't they fucking?
you don't want to give no grace for that too. But I'm just saying, like, y'all don't keep the same energy. This is bullshit, and you know it and everything. Like,
Get back on
you
camera.
guys don't keep the same energy on any of the characters. Y'all guys will make up the. What is your guys' infatuation with Hawk, chat? Like, I'm serious. Like, he loses every time when it comes to the big battles. Like, when listen.
I've said it many, many times. I love Hawk, I do, but his character exists now. Like, the minute you put Miguel and Robbie on the same page, he exists to be the piñata.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Eli,
like, you ain't gotta like it, but it's the way it is. Like it's his trophy win at the end of season 4. That's the peak of his character. Like, it doesn't mean he can't go anywhere else, but by and large, that's why they put him more with Dimitri, because Robbie and Miguel is the dynamic they're pushing forward more now.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, listen.
That's why he's with Dimitri all the time now.
Well, like, the thing about Hawk, like, people keep on loving the persona. Like, his Hawk persona is to protect him from what he's really feeling. Like, it's a cop out. It's like Hawk is like the mask and everything. Eli is his real person, and Eli, once again, for your dumbass logic, you moron, and everything, he even personally said, like, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. You win some, you lose some. It doesn't matter and everything. We move on. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all guys can't handle like some good criticism. Listen, I'm not saying that you like some characters are above the other. Like, I keep the same energy with everybody, bro. But it's just like the fan bases just don't want to do that, and like it's just hella annoying.
Hawk's a cool character, yeah. Do you know what it is? It's the Darth Maul thing. Like, it's because he's sick and he looks cool and he's awesome. He exists solely to lose. Like, if we've got to keep it 100, like it's like Hawk's. I mean, not. I don't want people to take that out of context. Hawk's character obviously means more than that, but by and large, when you're looking at the show as a bigger picture sense, they're pushing Kenny more. They're clearly setting Anthony up for stuff. Miguel and Robbie are on the same page now. Tori and Sam are like Eli.
They're passing him up.
Yeah, like Eli's going to be great and Hawk's going to be amazing for sure. But I feel like he's going to be the lesser of the bunch.
And they knew they were going to do that. So here's what they did. They changed their original plan. They were going to have Robbie win in season 4, but they were like, hold on. We can't do that yet because Robbie's going to do something later on. We need Hawk to do something right here because
that's why it makes sense for Robbie to win the Sekai Taikai because they gave the victory to Eli.
We have to do Hawk's character justice here because if we don't, he won't have anything.
Oh, he won't get anything.
So we're gonna give it to him here. So we give Robbie something later on.
Yeah, it's literally just a that's one of them things like with that it goes all the way back to the start of the stream, the filmmaking process. If they main reason they changed it wasn't. I mean, it's annoying that Robbie got screwed, but you know, but it wasn't to screw Robbie over. It was more so because they knew going forward Eli was going to be sidelined. Like, because I mean, even though they didn't have season 5 scripted out yet, they knew the story beats where it was going to go. You know, which is why we're not geniuses. We just know. You know, storytelling.
It's a classic thing when you're writing a series, especially you have your arcs for your characters lined up. If you know that this character is going to take a back seat in a future season, you have to give them something to do in this season, so it's not as bad.
It's like when you're writing a script, even, and you're like, okay, this character is doing something on page 103. This doesn't make sense, but you go back like 5 pages. If you tweak one bit of information, then it makes sense. Like it's just that sort of adjusting kind of thing, you know.
And I want to clarify, like clarification is good.
I do love my boy, but like he's reached his limit.
It's like clarification is a big thing. If I'm not talking to the Hawk fans that are normal or whatever, like if you know that Hawk made mistakes, Hawk did things bad and everything, and like
I'll give it
and like you are 100% fair. I'm not talking to you. By all means, like that's cool. Like whatever. Like. At least you understand that he made mistakes, and you're keeping the same energy with everybody on the show. But some of y'all, woo, boy, if Hawk slapped your mama, you wouldn't do anything about it and everything. You would say like he was right.
You would say thank you.
Yeah, like thank you. Needed that.
It's
I wouldn't have so much of a problem with it if you guys kept that same energy for any other character. Smallest mistake. Like it could be like was Miguel a bit of a dick in season 2? Yes. Yeah. But nothing he did was on the level that anything Hawk's ever done. Like, come on.
But my thing is this. This is what they do. Like, even in season 2, when Miguel beat Hawk, everybody started to hate Miguel. Like when Miguel.
Oh yeah, that was the shift. That was the shift when people were like, "Hey, yo, Miguel." I was like, "Whoa, hold on, what are we doing here?"
First of all, Miguel only fought Hawk. Well, first of all, they had to fight. They were doing an exercise. Second off,
Miguel's better anyway.
Hawk was being a dick and talking crazy. He's like, "Yo, come take it." It's like Miguel's like,
Hawk was doing that alpha male jerk bullshit. Like that's.
Hawk literally asked for it. He asked.
But this is what they do.
People know the point of Hawk's character. He's meant to be that alpha male jerk dumbass that gets his ass served, and then when he's actually himself, his true self comes out.
You know what Hawk is doing in season 2 and 3 is
when Sam and Robbie beat Hawk and them at the mall, they hated Sam and Robbie. When Dimitri beat Hawk, they hated Dimitri.
Yeah.
But when Kenny
Cobra Kai, not Hawkeye.
But the thing is, some of y'all guys, no offense, but some of y'all are becoming Anthony fans. I wonder why and everything. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Like, what? Don't do that to Anthony like that. Don't do that to Anthony Russo like that. Don't be acting like you one of his fans now, dog, just because your boy got one.
And here's the thing. Everyone here, we held Hawk and Tori accountable for what they did. But some of y'all
we did.
will hold Tori accountable for what Tori did, which is fair, because Tori did some messed up stuff too. But y'all know what Hawk did, which is not far from what Tori did. They're not that different. They
really aren't.
Vandalism, stealing, breaking in, like assault multiple times.
Like more than once. Like beating up kids.
Tori tried to kill Sam, which she did. Hawk almost killed Brooks. Like we're gonna forget that. I mean, it was cool. But like,
and I think that's where a lot of it comes down to is people are living vicariously through Hawk and living out their fantasies. And look, it's cool. We all wanted to smack a bully in the face.
yeah, of course.
Like, we all wanted to. That's what makes it a great scene. But the point is in that season, Hawk loses himself so much to the persona that he's forgetting who he is. And that's where he has the moment in the house.
Exactly, Tristan.
And Eli.
This is the one thing that bothered me. Tristan, he went to go beat up Dimitri. Why did he bring other people? You can handle Dimitri by yourself. The hell
he did it just because he could. You know,
it's like even Dimitri said, "You fight me, Eli. Like you fight me." Like
I'm glad you brought that up, Cody, because like this is what I've been saying is like the reason they've kept Miguel and Robbie separate for so long for many reasons. But the minute you put them on the same page, I know people ain't gonna want to hear this. Miguel and Hawk are always the OG friendship. But Miguel and Robbie are the brotherhood of the future. Like
split over.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's Miguel and Hawk are still going to have that bond as they do at the back end of season 5. But for me, it's so much more apparent now where they're going with things, and I feel like where Hawk's going to go from here is probably just related to Kenny. Like I think Hawk and Kenny are going to have like an arc next season. Like that's pretty much where I can see it going. You know, and I think giving Eli the season 4 win was really actually a good idea because now we know where Hawk's going to go for presumably the next couple of seasons or the length of the show. I don't see it being, and then him regressing to old ways. Like you're going to face the Fury, the Hawk, and then, like, come on, we're doing that bullshit again. Like, I love the character. I do. Like, Hawk is freaking amazing. But it's just more of a case of bringing awareness to this thing within the fandom of just this constant, Hawk is amazing. He's untouchable. He can do no wrong. And it's like, hold on. Like, I mean, look, Robbie nearly killed someone. Let's not undersell it here. He nearly killed a guy. But let's just put context. It was in the heat of the moment. He was angry, and Miguel almost kicked him over a railing too, twice nearly.
It was an accident.
It was literally a freak accident. Hawk willingly, purposefully did.
But my thing is this: these are the same fans that say like, Robbie did this, Robbie did that, Robbie did this, Robbie did that, and not give Robbie grace, won't give Sam grace, won't give Miguel grace, but they give Hawk grace. I don't get like
you want to know the worst Hawk fanboy argument? They blame Sam more for Hawk break. They blame Sam more for Hawk breaking Dimitri's arm than they blame Hawk. Hawk was the one who did it. The hell are you talking about? Like Hawk did this shit. Like why are you? How are you gonna blame
sorry, it's Sam's fault for feeling PTSD from a person.
They're like, well, Sam put Dimitri in that situation. Hawk had the choice whether he could do it or not.
Once again, time out.
Imagine if we did murder trials that way. It was like, well, your friend who drove you to the store where you got shot put you in that situation.
Oh yeah, so it's his fault, right? That's it. Get him in cuffs.
But first of all, let's take it back a dime back. First of all, Hawk and his goon squad was messing with Chris at work. Okay, like they were messing with the bread and the paycheck.
The first time we ever properly spoke. Are you okay with someone harassing you at your job?
Let me ask you a question in the chat. Are you personally okay if somebody comes to you and harasses you at your job, like making your job a living hell, that can possibly get you fired and everything?
Here's another thing. If your friend texts you, it's like, yo, these dudes are messing with me at work. Are you pulling up or not? Are you pulling up?
You're pulling up.
You are pulling up and everything. Like, yo, you got a problem here. Like
if that's really your friend, is that really your homie? Like you gotta pull up, bro. Like you gotta do it.
And the thing was, the Miyagi-Dos were like getting picked on throughout the whole entire thing. Like they just started to do something about it.
Bro, that's what Miyagi-Do did not want any problems with Cobra Kai at the beginning of season 3. They were just trying to mind their own business.
Cobra Kai wanted to smoke with them.
Yeah, Cobra Kai kept poking the bear.
Cobra Kai was salty because they lost the school fight. Like they salty about that, and like they was trying to, fuck with fuck with Miyagi.
Yeah. Your boy Hawk. In a different scene,
Hawk was leading that.
So that's the thing about Hawk. He flip flops. So 1 minute he's leading everybody, and the next minute Tori's telling him what to do. Like, what the hell is that about?
It's like he was in Cobra Kai first.
He's letting Tori tell him what to do now? Like, what's going on? What's going on with that?
Oh,
yeah.
It's
that shouldn't happen. Sorry.
No, it really shouldn't. And I remember these are the earliest conversations that all of us had, you know, way back in the old days of the early inception of Kings of Pop Culture, if you will. It's just it's a thing of where I love the character, but for some reason he just gets a pass with everything. You know, it's like when Robbie tells him, "Hold on a minute here. You know, you're like saying I'm the arsehole. You're the one that broke your best friend's arm, smashed up this entire dojo. Don't even trip." Like, you know, it's and it's that kind of stuff where, again, I love the character arc, but I think some fans are kind of missing the point of his character. Yes, he's cool, but the path he takes is a polar opposite to the path Dimitri takes. They're running literally in sync. Hawk goes one way, Dimitri goes the other. Dimitri shows that you can get the girl that you want. You can achieve what you want with your confidence and whatever else, and you don't have to be a dick. Hawk gets the girl by being a dick, loses the girl by being a dick, and then loses himself in the process. That's the point of, you know, his arc there. And what we're supposed to, and don't get me wrong, I'm not happy with what he got served in season 5, in my opinion. Like, I don't like it, but you know, the energy that's being applied to Kenny, for instance, you know, yeah, I understand it's a bit annoying. They did kind of, if we have to power level it, they did buff Kenny quite a shit ton. But in this context, I feel like, you know, this was always in Hawk's character to be the Rock Lee, you know, the like against 10 Cobra Kai randoms, he's whooping ass. Like, he's kicking all their asses. Against accredited fighters, could go either way. Hawk is that one character that, as I've said before, is the chess piece. He's the piece you move on the board to turn the tide. That's what he is. There's a reason why in the house fight they win the minute he switches sides. And unfortunately, that means that's all he'll ever be. You know, it's just it's his character archetype. You know, it's not necessarily because, oh, the writers hate Hawk. It's the archetype of his character. That's all he's literally meant to be. You know, it's not going to be anything more than what he is. It doesn't mean that he can't achieve more. It doesn't mean that his character can't evolve to more. But I think, you know, just looking at it from, let's say, a silverware or a fighter perspective, that's about, you can't really go any further, you know? So I think all the people that get their knickers, the small bottle, get their knickers in a twist about it, you know, it's just like, I mean, again, I don't want to get anyone to get the wrong impression. I love Hawk. I really do. But I think going forward, there's a reason why they have him with Dimitri more of the time now, because, again, goes back to what I said. Miguel and Hawk is the OG friendship, but Miguel and Robbie's the brotherhood of the future. Like, they're really pushing that family dynamic. Yeah. Like, and that was inevitable. The minute you put them in the same page, that's why I said they milked it for 5 seasons. Because once you do it, you can't undo it. So, you know, I mean, I think, like what you said before, RJ, I think Hawk's arc next season is going to heavily tie around Kenny.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just a natural progression.
Because, like, Robbie's going to try to reach out to him, but, like, Robbie's never been at that point where Robbie was never all in on Cobra Kai. Like,
Kenny no. He never was.
Hawk was too. Hawk and Kenny can relate on that. Like, they were both all in on Cobra Kai.
Oh God, could you imagine them in peak mode fighting random people?
Robbie and Miguel were never all in. Like, Miguel never went that far. Robbie really didn't either.
Miguel was only all in with Johnny. He was all in with Cobra Kai. He was all in with Johnny.
Yeah. Like, Miguel flirted with the dark side. Robbie embraced the dark side, but Hawk was the dark side. Like, he went full on Kylo Ren while he was there.
He went Winter Soldier. Like,
yeah.
And
my thing, the thing is, I like the persona of Eli because that is his natural self.
I'm Slim Shady, and I'm the.
That's his natural self, and he won as his natural self because when he was fighting as Hawk,
story in that.
When he was fighting as Hawk at the tournament, he was getting his ass.
Like, I mean, Hawk looks cool with his Hawk and stuff, but I think Eli's more badass personally. Like,
with the buzz
cut. It's the buzz cut, man. It's just like fuck the hair. Like, I'm come on.
Because you guys remember, you guys were watching the tournament episode. Like, when he was fighting as Hawk, Robbie was kicking his ass. Like, he was like,
there's something quite free, and if I could compare Hawk to any character from any, I'd say, like it said in the chat, Kylo Ren. the minute Kylo Ren embraces who he actually is as Ben Solo, he's more free flowing, he's more effortless, he's more true, he's more there, you know. And when as soon as Hawk embraces Eli, he's himself. He's not focusing all of his energy on facing the fury of the Hawk. It's like if Eli was fighting Kenny, right? Regardless of Silver's BS, I think Eli would have taken him.
That's the thing about Hawk is you can see it in the way he fights. Hawk, the way he fights reckless, he fights stupid, he wastes energy. Like
I'll go right first. Wow. Carry on.
Is that a play on the words? Like, I feel like she's taking like the strike.
I don't know.
What were you saying, Darius?
you see it in the way they fight. Like Hawk fights reckless. Like he does stupid shit that leaves himself open.
Yeah, he really does. He leaves himself vulnerable.
He wastes energy by doing flashy.
Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from Kenny, but when Kenny lands that hit on him, Eli with Miyagi-Do defense would have blocked that.
Yeah, he only landed that.
He literally left himself open for Kenny to go bang right in his chest.
Hawk ran right into it. He literally ran right into it.
Right into it. He got cocky. And it goes back to that Hawk in season 3 was peak. Like he was a monster and a good one. Like he was a dangerous one. But Hawk in season 2 was a ragdoll. Like that dude was just getting tossed around left and right. He basically regressed back to his season 2 self briefly. That's basically what it was.
Yep.
I think that what it all boils down to,
Man, Robbie knocked
fans,
him in that mall fight. Jesus Christ!
Like Danny's topic,
sent him flying across the floor.
I think what it is that people want to be Hawk. Like
it's like I said earlier, they're living vicariously through him.
But you shouldn't though. You should want to be Eli, maybe, but not.
You should want to flirt with Hawk's dark side, but you should want to be more like Eli.
I don't think it's a dark side. I think it's his look,
mindset,
like the minds. I think it's that. Now, if you do
Darth Maul thing in it,
yeah, it's that. Like people want it. Like when people say like, "Well, my favorite character is Hawk," man. Like he's so cool. I'm like, oh, he's so cool. Got it. You want to be him? That's what it is. Yeah. And you gave it away.
Yeah. I mean, we all live vicariously through the characters. I mean, how many times have I spoke about how I lived through like Robbie and Miguel's experiences? But it's just like, you know, with Hawk, I put it this way. I've never taken, ever since I watched this show, I've never taken Hawk seriously as that dude. You know, it's like literally when John Cena interacts with Roman Reigns. You see that speech that they have. It's like, you know, now I look at you, now I listen to you. I'm like, ugh. You know,
and it's like you can tell. It's like in real life, you can tell who's real and who's not. Like,
he's a chess piece that you move to turn the tide, but he's not the king. He's not the knight or the bishop or the rook. Do you know what? To be fair, I'd say he's a knight. He's a knight. You move the knight every now and then to turn the tide. That's what Hawk is. That's pretty much all he ever. Come on. I mean, when you look at the main promotions for the show. It's Miguel, Robbie, and Sam that are literally on everything.
Yeah,
that's not coincidence. Like Hawk's put there.
You got your two legacy characters. That's if you
like Hawk's there, and he's a key player, and no doubt, like it doesn't mean he's going to have a lesser role going forward or any of that kind of thing. But I think it's important to remember that. Again, it's the reason, like Goku and Vegeta. The minute you put them on the same side, what happens to Piccolo?
It's
sideline.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. It doesn't mean the Hawk story is done. It just means that
I disagree with this comment right here. I'm just saying. I disagree.
Which one?
Miguel's flaws never get acknowledged. I won't say never get acknowledged.
I wouldn't say that. They get glossed over sometimes, but I think
he's the main character. I mean,
it's because he's the main. Like,
okay, when it's like if you compare it to Robbie, yes, but
absolutely.
Like, people
bring
up
seasons,
main character bias. He does have.
I will say this: in the early seasons, they did focus on them more. In the later seasons, they do it less. I noticed that.
Yeah,
they focus on it a little bit less nowadays. But that's just because
it's not too bad.
It's because of the narrative. It's not like the guy like never does anything wrong, but he does get caught out for shit. But
oh yeah, for sure. But it's just like where they're at with the storytelling of it, kind of thing. Where they're just like,
could they do more with it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like I would have liked to see Carmen be angry at Miguel for leaving a little bit. Because she just seemed like she just kind of like got over it a little fast. That was a little weird.
Yeah, ain't no way.
I'll tell you right now, if I ran away from home, my mom would kill. I would be dead.
When I tell you, my granddad would have tied me down to a chair and strapped me to that shit. Jesus, I wouldn't have been able to leave for a week.
Ain't no way. Like, if I got any Latinos in the chat, not gonna hit you with that chocolate and everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you get back home, like,
I do get what he's saying, but yeah, I don't think he's at all.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I get what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree.
Compared to Hawk.
When you look at the context of the characters, Miguel's character is the heart and soul of the show. So primarily, and he's too much of a good-hearted kid. So I don't mind if his things get glossed over a bit here and there. But with Hawk, I feel like none of his stuff gets glossed over by the show, but the fans.
Yeah.
You know,
you hold other characters.
You know, doesn't mean that at all.
He's a good character. He's a really good character.
You hold. You guys hold characters really high on the accountability, but you fangirls, boy.
I think it gets to the point where the show will tell you Hawk is wrong when he did this, and then you don't listen.
They still do it.
Exactly. I was literally just about to say exactly the same thing. When the show is literally telling you that Hawk is at fault and responsible for all this shit, and because it's always Hawk, no, he's not accountable. It's not him. It's like, it is him.
Certain YouTubers don't acknowledge his fault. So I mean,
I'm at a point where I don't care anymore. I couldn't give a frog's fat ass. Like I'm the chosen one. I do my thing. But it's just kind of like that thing of
people playing connect the dots where they're trying to find, how can I make this seem like it's on someone else except for Hawk? It's Sam's fault. It's that
was always fault. Yes. You remember those conversations we had, like the earliest ones where it's like it's Sam's fault. That's why Dimitri got his arm broke. It's like what?
No, that makes no sense.
Once again, I have to. You messing with my boy at work. If Darius, Jacob, or RJ are going, I am pulling up, dog. Like, where are they?
That's real.
Basically, you don't want Sam to pull up. You don't want her to help Chris at all. Like, Chris literally he texts Sam for a reason because he's looking for help.
And also, let's be honest, with it being Karate Kid, she's Daniel's daughter. She's whipping everyone's ass there.
Yeah.
So
she basically just said, like, okay, we ain't at school. We can finally get our revenge. And they was kicking their ass until Tori and them showed up. You know what I'm saying? Like, then she got PST.
Let's say that Sam didn't show up.
Oh, hold
on. What if Chris leaves work? I'm playing a little picture. What if he leaves work and Hawk and his boys just jump him? You never know. Like,
they did that. They did it to Nate, didn't they? They jumped Nate, didn't they?
Yeah, they jumped Nate. Like, bro, they jumped Nate and stole the money. We never got confirmation that he actually gave the money to Miguel. I'm just saying. Let's put it out there.
That's true.
Yeah, we never got confirmation on that.
We never got the confirmation.
That's how petty Hawk is. The money was going to Miguel anyway, but they were like, I don't want him to know it's from Miyagi though. So, like, bro, are you seriously?
Like, oh, come on, bro. Like, dude. Like, I'm just saying though, like, if Sam doesn't show up, Chris could have gotten like even more hurt after.
Oh yeah, of course. Especially they're picking. Like, I love Chris, but they're picking a dude that's an easy target. Like, I mean,
that's another thing about Hawk. They pick
put it this way:
no damn way they pulling up on Sam by herself.
If the event of the school fight hadn't happened, would they be pulling up? No, because they know Robbie and Sam will whoop their ass, like per the mall fight. But because Robbie's in the slammer, because Sam got like Tori trying to shackle her face off, they know that Miyagi-Do's in a vulnerable position right now. So what do? They go and target the one dude who's like a big teddy bear at work.
And it goes back to what King said.
Like, seriously, any Hawk fan any Hawk fan that watches this, would Hawk have done that if Robbie wasn't in juvie? No, he wouldn't have. No, he wouldn't have. Robbie would have put
you would have got PTSD of that foot going across his head. That's what happened.
Like, I'm just
that one dude in the background that's like, ooh, and that.
Like, you're not gonna show up for your homeboys if someone's messing with them at work. Like, that's what you're saying. That's basically what these people are saying. Like, oh,
Yeah, you okay
And
with
that
people
just shows me
harassing you?
that you are
And
not a
let me
good
change-
friend, and I
let me
don't
ask
even
you
want to
this.
be with
I'm
you.
sorry,
If you
Hawk
say
was
that,
on
that's
some
okay.
bullshit, man. Like, really,
If
I
what
love the
RJ said,
character arc, but he's an arsehole.
if what RJ said happened and Chris got jumped, you would be mad if Sam did not show up. You don't.
Sam fault.
You would be mad.
Well, like you
would be mad.
like come on.
And you guys know I'm not huge on Sam like that, but Jesus Christ, like keep the same energy,
Good
will you?
Lord, bro.
Like how? Like I don't see the mental gymnastics. Like you blame somebody. You don't blame the person who did this shit.
Dimitri's
You blame
arms
the other
broken. Let's
person.
blame
Like,
Sam, a person that's suffering from PTSD from someone trying to kill her.
Hawk
But
broke his best friend's arm.
I've said this many times.
I don't care how it got to that point.
he shouldn't be listening to Tori. Hawk in that moment should say, "Oh, hold on a minute. I built this dojo with Miguel. You just walked in. I'm calling the shots."
I don't care
Excuse
how it got to that point, how the fight started, who started. It doesn't matter. When you break your best friend's arm, that
Well, if you
is.
think about it, him and Johnny's art's kind of running town. You know how like he gave Johnny shit for like, because of you, Miguel was in the hospital. Like, you showed weakness. Like that's basically an omen for Hawk's art going forward from there. Because he shows weakness. It's like, are you the leader or like what's going on here? And Kreese knew. Kreese knew the entire time. He was just like, yeah, I'm going to dangle the carrot in front of you. You're a weapon. You're a General Hux. I'm just going to.
I've said this many times, but Dimitri's a better man than me. Because if you break my arm, that's it. No more, bro.
Yeah,
I don't care what you say to me after that.
People are like, oh yeah, Hawk's on the good side now. All's forgiven. It's like, hang on, Dimitri shout out to Dimitri for forgiving him instantly. Like this guy broke your arm.
He broke your arm.
He didn't punch you. He broke your freaking arm.
It wasn't like no accident. No, he full on.
And you see the way he slammed that arm? He didn't do it like that. He went bang like that.
Bro, and the thing is, he didn't even tell
that
his
shit
parents
around like cement.
Bro, like Dimitri is a real one because he didn't even tell his parents, bro, the truth or whatever. He could have sued Eli, and he didn't, bro. He could have sued his boy if he wanted to, but he didn't, or whatever. Like he just.
And I get it, like like we were talking about, like with let's say Miguel maybe not getting as much equal treatment. I get it. If you look at all the characters in universe, Hawk's the one that gets the most shit for his actions, but rightly so.
Yeah,
because the difference between, and I'm sorry, objectively speaking, the difference between Hawk and someone like Robbie, right? And I'll die on this hill. Yes, Robbie nearly killed. Again, he nearly killed someone. I'm not taking away from that. It was literally an accident in the heat of the moment. Miguel nearly did it to him twice. If you watch the fight, Miguel literally kicks Robbie against the railing twice, and they were both in the heat of the moment. It was a tense moment. Hawk willingly chooses to break his best friend's arm. He willingly chooses to square up to Miguel. He willingly chooses to trash the dojo. He willingly chooses to steal the Medal of Honor. He consciously makes these choices. That's the difference. He's doing it knowingly.
And if we're speaking in terms, when you break into somebody's house,
you should be arrested by now.
Even if you switch up at the last minute, you still broke into somebody's house. You led the attack, my dude. You don't get the
that's breaking and entering.
You better be lucky. You better be lucky that Daniel and Amanda and Sam didn't press charges on him, bro. Like I'm telling y'all, dog.
Yeah. And this is the thing. Like I know Cobra Kai is a bit far removed from like police reality, but if this was the real world, Hawk would be in prison.
Yeah,
I'm glad you brought up
Robbie. He would be straight in juvie. Like
I like when Robbie says that. To Johnny in season 4 when he says he had all this hate for him and Miguel. I think that a part of him when he kicks Miguel off the railing, he regrets
instantaneously
regrets it. But I feel like him crying again is like to Johnny is like almost like him saying like I got so angry that I nearly killed him. Like
yeah, he was horrified. Like I remember when I was horrified for doing it.
People say that Robbie didn't feel bad. He did. What happened
was
he
did, bro.
He felt bad
immediately.
Kreese got into his head. He was like, okay, you should stop feeling bad you should stop feeling bad. Don't blame yourself.
I always tell people,
blame the world.
Robbie's hatred extends past Miguel. It's 16 years of his father. Miguel's a key component. But it's more so his dad, and Kreese literally preyed on that. Robbie was there for the taking.
Bro, when he literally is crying to Johnny, and he's saying, this was a beautiful scene, great acting by Tanner and William.
Fucking love it.
He does, his hand is like shaking, and he's like all this hate, and he says that, like he genuinely feels so bad that he like kicked, like he
I mean,
nearly.
you can
killed
see it in the moment he kicks Miguel over the step. Like the camera, this is called filmmaking, people. The camera, like for those that don't understand filmmaking, the camera pans on Robbie on purpose. His shot, his face is the first shot we see as soon as Tori screams Miguel, because it literally lingers on him. Like, oh shit.
If he didn't feel bad, he would show conviction. He'd be like, "Yeah, bitch, look at you now, bitch."
Yeah, I do feel like they could have shown more of the juvie stuff, because I reckon Robbie was getting beaten up a lot more.
Yeah.
It wasn't an isolated incident. I reckon he was getting beaten up for a while.
If Tanner didn't have the other stuff to film, they probably would have gone more into it. Tanner wasn't as available for season 3.
Yeah. They did the best with what they could, kind of thing.
Because like when Robbie was like telling Sam and them, he was saying like I was getting my face beaten in every single day, and you guys never showed up. I
guarantee he was getting beaten up, because the time period, like the time gap, I think he was probably getting beaten up.
Yeah, you gotta look at it from like Robbie's perspective, and I love characters like this, where you could absolutely batter these mofos, but you can't, because like you're in juvie, because it got you in, like because battering mofos got you in juvie. Like he could, like, listen, okay, Sean's that guy, okay, but
Sean is that dude
on an out. Like, Robbie would kick his ass any day.
Robbie would smack him. Season 4, like All Valley, Robbie would kill him. Like
that first time, he got jumped, but Robbie's holding back. He's not trying to fight, because
it was just that encouragement from Kreese saying like, "Dog, you got to fight back, bro. You got to fight back."
I know he caught Sean by surprise, but and Sean threw him a bit, but Robbie still would have had him.
Yeah, dude, that was funny when Robbie just came behind Sean and just like he just shot like Robbie just kicked him straight in the face. He's like,
and Sean appreciated him for that. Like it was, he's
like, all right.
I'll tell you what, buddy. I'll tell you what. Right, I still stand by my original point. If the actor wasn't cast on The Walking Dead, I think Kenny's role was meant for Sean, because the Cobra Kai game even set that up. And I tell you what, I would be fascinated to see in an alternate multiverse world what fans' excuses would be for Hawk losing to Sean.
Because here's the thing. If it was
Sean, man, that's RJ the same.
He's getting some flyer across the.
Bro, I'm sorry. If Sean did the silver bullet, Hawk would be dead. I'm sorry. Bro.
He would be out.
That's a big old black man.
Hawk would be dead. Hawk would be out. He would have needed an ambulance.
But I just love that juvie fight with Robbie. Like, Tanner is a terrific actor. Get him as freaking Robin. When he's smiling, like
it's the best shot. It's the best shot. Like
Robbie was smart. Like he kept on hitting Sean. Like he says, "I ain't getting up, bro." Like until they pull me up.
Bro, like you know what I love is there's bits of footage there that you can tell has been trimmed. When he's got Sean in a headlock, I guarantee he was fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so like bashing his. I tell you, he was probably battering him. Like
he was probably saying like, "Dude, until the security gets me off of you." Like,
yeah, I ain't letting go. We're fighting for this, you know.
Well, Robbie already knew, like, if I let go of this big mofo, it's over, dog. Like,
he was like, he's smiling. He's got blood coming down. I love that shot. He's like, yeah.
That's what you call using what weapons you have to your advantage, like the wall run.
Then they gain each other's respect because. They asked him.
Robbie got himself a dude, you know. I can't say it, but
that's what they say you do in prison to get respect. You fight the biggest guy first.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. This is why I want Sean involved more, because Robbie, Kenny, and Sean having a fight scene together. Like, I need that.
Speaking of Kenny,
be honest, you know, Kenny's now Robbie's brother. Like, let's just call it what it is. Like, he basically is, you know. So.
It's pretty much that.
And also on that, linking it back to Hawk, look, Kenny's done some bullshit, all right. And was he buffed a bit? Yes. But I do find it a tad bit ironic that a guy who's done lesser than Hawk, who is getting more shit than, you know, I'm just saying, you know.
Let's keep it 100 right here. Like at the beginning of season 4, Hawk was being a dick to Kenny. Like, he was.
Yeah, Hawk was still on some drugs at the beginning of the season. I thought like season 3 would have kind of simmered him down a bit, but no, he still
what,
his arse.
What it was is he was on the good side. He wasn't being a bully per se, but he still had those tendencies. He was just doing it to the other side.
Yep.
He was just being a bully.
Also, you have to look at it from Kenny's perspective. When you're a young guy,
some guy bloody grabs me onto the toilet cubicle. I'm taking that personally.
Yeah, like he's young. Like
got bloody Hawk chucking around minorities out in there,
We've all been there when we were young, and you want to get payback on this asshole that just bothered you.
I was in year 7 and the year 11. Oh yeah.
But they're bigger. But they're bigger than you. So you're like, I can't do shit about it.
Yeah.
And then you wait till you get you wait from when you're 11 till you're about 13. You get a bit of a growth spurt. Yep. You're like, okay, let's go.
Puberty kicks in. Let's go.
Let's go.
I didn't care. Like, I didn't care when I was younger, dude. Like, I'll fight a big kid. I didn't care when I was. Like,
oh yeah, me too. I'll tell you one thing. I fought dirty too. I'll get like freaking books.
Well, this is the beauty about like that juvie fight, and why I freaking love it is, objectively speaking, in an out and out punch fest, Sean's winning because he's a bruiser. Like, he's a bigger dude, right? You've got to be fair. You got to factor it in. But where the difference between skill and brawn comes in is Robbie uses his skills to take him down. Wall running, ability, smacking him in the face, headlock. Yeah.
See, the thing was, like, Robbie was trying to fight a prison fight against a prisoner or whatever.
And I remember saying this, and I got so much shit for it. I said, "Let me just tell you guys this. Yes, Hawk beat up Brooks. All right, Robbie's had a real fight, and in a real fight, that's the best experience. No rules, no mats, no flags, anything goes.
Points.
Yeah. And you know what, right? I stand by it. Like, someone commented this the other day. I need to find it because this was actually a really freaking good, a really good. I screenshotted the comment and I really loved reading it. Let me read it to you guys. So, since Robbie is in the direct lineage of Miyagi, and Miyagi himself never liked tournaments, I wouldn't be surprised if Robbie's big fight and a win in the end will be a no-rule life-to-death fight, using karate like Miyagi wanted it to defend your life, not points or trophies. And what could be better as a technique from Miyagi-Do karate saves the life of Johnny Lawrence's son in the end. No trophy would match that.
Ooh.
I read that and I was like, I still wanted to get the dub, but that is spicy. Very spicy. Ooh. And let's be honest. I mean, Kreese says it like, you just got to show it to the world. Come on.
Here's the thing about, like,
give it to him.
Just think about Miyagi, though. Like,
bloody fucking
like Jacob said, like, Miyagi-Do is not about hurting people. So, like, they don't hit as hard as Cobra Kai does. It's just enough to get you down.
Yeah.
And, like, not out of it. But, like, Cobra Kai
is they're trying to kill you.
Oh, they're trying to take you out.
Miyagi-Do is just about getting you on the ground.
And that's where, like, fights in, like, seasons like in the seasons require a lot of context. Like, if Robbie had started in Cobra Kai and you channeled that anger and that hate, you could have turned him into a really vicious monster. Like, you really could have. And if you started Miguel and Miyagi-Do, imagine his defense level.
Here's the thing, like, Cobra Kai students are probably they're probably physically stronger than most Miyagi-Do students, but Miyagi-Do students have better technique. That's the difference.
Yeah. And they fight smarter.
They fight smart.
Because you saw in the hallway fighting in high school, they were like the Miyagi-Dos were getting thrown around, but like they also wasn't getting hit as much. Like they were knocking out most of the
apart from Robbie, who was getting in some offensive attacks against Miguel, all the other Miyagi-Dos were all on defense.
Yeah, they were.
They were winning for that time.
Robbie was like, "Yeah, come here, fucking throw you in at the
when he throws him into the locker room, it is a fight. He's like, yeah.
And like Miguel's like battering him here, and he's just like, "Oh, get off of me,
fuck off me."
I'm like, damn.
Oh, you want some of this?
And I think there's a story lesson in there as well. Is that Robbie, as the fight in the school progresses, he starts to lose himself and give into that hatred and that offensive style. Every Miyagi-Do that stays on defense doesn't come out not unscathed. Like Sam has scars, Dimitri, loses his friend, but by and large, they come out with a dub. Robbie, who then transcends to the dark side and the more offensive side, even though he wins, technically, by Miguel showing mercy, for all those that say I'm a fanboy, Robbie then gives in to anger and kicks him over a railing. So it shows you that even though Miyagi-Do is the way, it can also be the opposite.
Because I was gonna say, like, technically, if you want to get technical, Miyagi-Do did win the school fight. Like, they
really be
the tallies, like if you get
they pretty much swept Cobra Kai because they all got like
yeah.
And this is why the school fight is so brilliant story-wise, because at the start of the fight, it goes the way you expect it. Miguel started the fight with Robbie. Like, he did, like, strike first. By the end of it, they flip. Robbie's
flip.
Miguel shows mercy.
And not to mention the colors they're wearing, red and blue.
Yep.
Naruto and Sasuke.
Switcheroo. Because they literally, as soon as Miguel goes over the railing, it was like, okay, we're switching here. Miguel's going to go to Miyagi-Do. Robbie's going to go to Cobra Kai. Like, that was the moment that solidified it. It was just a case of when. And what I love is that carries on. Is even though Robbie's still a Miyagi-Do when the Juvie fight happens, that whole fight, right, with the Juvie fight and Sam fighting those guys, that's Miyagi-Do striking first. And this time, unlike in the school fight where Robbie loses and Miyagi-Do wins, Robbie wins and Miyagi-Do loses.
Yeah. And if you listen to the song, you listen to the song that's playing, that's the Cobra Kai. Like, that's Quiver. It's just a different, like, this Quiver just, like, played differently. So,
see, it's that stuff about storytelling that I love talking about that people it just goes right over their heads.
Yep.
Like, literally the school fight is an omen for the Juvie fight and the arcade fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it flips it.
Yeah.
So freaking good. I love it. Not to mention, just because we were ragging on Hawk anyway, I mean, I'm just saying Sam fucking kicked that dude in his ass. I'm like, yow! And Rickenberger at the same time. Like, just saying.
You put Rickenberger on his ass.
Imagine being Rickenberger. You just get... Imagine getting put in your butt by like a 5'1" girl. Like, how does that?
Ouch!
But yeah, Rickenberger's a big dude. He's almost big as Chris.
He's like 260.
I always laugh.
Bro, he takes the fucking saucepan to the face and he's like, "Yo, come on, bitch, let's go." And then
that is so funny when Chris hits him with a frying pan.
That's what they were missing in season 4 for me. Is that?
I have a theory. Rickenberger is coked out. Because he took a pan to he has to be coked out. Like, come on, man.
No. He's gonna be coked out, and he has to be on.
He's hacked the system.
He's hacked the system.
He's hacked the system. Mike Zero.
I'm with Darius because there's no way you get hit with a frying pan. And you're like,
know how much
you're getting knocked out.
No, Chris was like,
bro, you're either getting knocked out or you're taking a moment and going, "Oh, Jesus Christ!"
Like, no, Chris.
That's a concussion, bro.
Yo, Chris, I gotta give Chris his props, dude. Like, Chris uses any type of weapon, bro. Like, he don't be fighting fair. Like,
and he didn't just whack him. Chris went, "Wow!" Like, bang, like that. Like he hit a fucking tennis. Like he was playing tennis.
He says, "That's all you got."
Yeah.
He's like, "That's all you got."
I was like,
Chris fights like me, bro. I'm not fighting fair. I'm picking up shit. I'm beating your ass.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we all are like that,
bro. Like basically, like if you think about it, Chris is like Ice Cube off of Friday, bro. Like beating up Debo. Like
he got up.
Chris may not be like one of the main characters, but he's one that represents all of us in a fight. In the chat,
bro, when he knocks Mitch out with a book, he's like, "Who's badass now?" and drops the book.
That's us, bro. Like we all do that shit. We're the type of
like don't let like you're trying to fight, bro. Don't let there be a chain or something next to me. I'm picking that shit up.
run the fade, homie. Like,
run the fade. I mean,
oh, dude, and then it was funny in season 3. He said, like, "Hey, you see this book right here?"
Was like hard shit around here.
He's like, "Hey, you remember that book, Mitch? Right? You remember this?" Like, he's like,
I would pick up
my new lit book. I'm like, yo,
we gotta have our weekly Mitch hate. Why is Mitch always going to talk shit to people that can kick his ass?
Even though they came as a package deal, at least with Chris. He's funny. He's entertaining. He's good with a frying pan. He's good with a book drop. What's Mitch good for besides looking like fucking crumply seaweed in the corner?
Being a fat piece of shit. That's what he's good for. Fat sack of shit.
I'm sorry. I stand by my original point. When literally, I'm wearing the hoodie, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Right. When he's revealing it, right, and he's just like, yeah. I'm like, look at this fat motherfucker here, man. Like, shut up. Shut up.
He's like, there's no chicks in the dojo. Like, you could get some
like,
even if there were.
Fuck out of here.
Like, you gonna get them even. You thought you were gonna get some if there were chicks in there?
It would have been funny if Kyle's like, all right, bitch, shut up.
No, man, I'm still laughing at the fact that he was trying to talk to them girls at the party. He says, like, hey, girls, we're here for the Sekai Taikai, man. Like, yeah. Like,
no, did
you see Hum was like looking at him like, no,
bro, did you see Eli's face? Eli was like,
and the thing is, though, Eli was low key. He was low key saying, giving him like, hey, don't
get out of
that.
Here.
Like, if you're trying to get him, don't do that, you idiot.
It's like the second. It's like, dog. It's like, oh, come on, bro. Like, oh no, you.
I'm just like, who does this fucking Ponzi dude think he is? Like, just unzipping, like, oh yeah, I'm Superman. Like, nah, you ain't shit.
Chris has game.
Chris has game,
bro.
I tell you what, right? I want that dude to be a little punching bag for people.
It's like at least Chris and Bert have game. Mitch is just like the anti-gamer, dude.
At least Chris can put in a shit. What can Mitch do?
Bert is a freshman. He went to
tell you what, if you gave me a team,
junior, you know how hard that is to do.
If you gave me a team, if let's say we all had a team of fighters each, a team of fighters of 5, right? I would have 5 fighters, okay. And if one of them's Mitch, I'll say I'd rather not use you because you'd be like, no, because I'd be basically fighting with 4 fighters anyway.
You know what? Instead of Mitch, I would do it myself. Like I'll fight myself. I don't need you, bro. Like go home. I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll bloody step in. I'll do the job. I'll Nick Fury and do the job for you. Yeah.
So basically, we are doing like an anti-Mitch hate type of thing every week now. Like it's required.
It's becoming tradition now.
You have a starting 5. He's not even on the bench. Not even on the team.
Yeah, like, I can name. I'm gonna name 10 fighters better than Mitch. I bet I can do it. Miguel, Robbie, Eli, Sam, Tori, Dimitri, Kenny, Chris,
Kyler,
Bert. I did 10.
Fucking Louie and the Noosh on there too. They're better fighters than him.
Dude, I say Devin is a better fighter than
Devin. Who else?
Tori.
Pawn shop guy.
Anthony's better. Anthony is better.
Trey and Cruz.
Trey and Cruz.
You know what? They did beat Robbie the first time. Yeah, they did.
A fucking joke.
Dude, this boy Kyler, like
Kyler. I forgot about Kyler. Kyler's better because he beat Mitch the first time he met him.
Absolutely.
Like, that man Chris was looking at that man Chris was looking at Mitch. Chris was like, how do you lose to a guy that has no experience? Like,
if I was
Johnny, the fact that Mitch tapped out, he tapped out.
There's no tapping in karate.
You know, if I was Johnny, when Eagle Fang was going to the All Valley, I would have told Mitch to stay his ass home. Like, don't even come, bro. Just stay home. You're not gonna do that
fight. It's just a walking embarrassment, really, isn't it?
And Conor McGregor.
It's just a walking embarrassment.
He's not even a meme.
He's not even a meme. He's not even a meme because a meme suggests he's funny.
Mitch is a walking L. You can see the L coming every time. Every time.
Loser.
Don't bring him back in season 6.
No, get rid of him.
Yeah, why would they want him? Like, if he comes back, like, what's he gonna do?
I'll just say this: everyone that defected had a valid reason for doing so.
He had no valid reason.
He had no reason other than his gluttonous Augustus glute.
You guys call me penis breath. Why did you allow that then? Why did you allow them to call you that?
Chris even told him, like, bro, why would you even let somebody call you that? Like,
respect for himself.
All you gotta say is, bro, don't call me that. That's it.
He had to do.
So, if you've just joined us, welcome to this part of the stream. This is our weekly Mitch roasting session where we've literally got him on a spit and we're sitting around the campfire. Thank you.
Bro, can you imagine Mitch at the Saikai Taikai like fighting for the fate of
He couldn't
Dude.
even hold a staff.
You know what's gonna happen, dude? Is like there's gonna be like a guy that's like Nate size at the Sakai Taikai, and like Mitch is gonna say like, man, I could take this guy. Like, come on, man. Like, and he's one of Sensei Kim's. He's one of Sensei Kim's students and everything. He's just like, I can beat this guy, no problem. Like,
no, you know what Mitch is? I'm gonna say Yamcha, not even Yamcha. Like you use Mitch as just a punching bag. You literally use him just to see what the other enemy can do.
So you mean it's gonna be like you know Mr. Satan and Cell, where Cell just like slaps him? It's gonna be like that.
Yeah. He's gonna hit him with one slap and he's outside the arena.
I mean, maybe Mitch could join Topanga. Oh
no, that's
Cobra Kai now. You think Cobra Kai letting Mitch in? You think Cobra Kai letting Mitch stay?
Sorry, Mitch, you got to go work in an ice cream parlor.
Do you think there is no way in hell Mitch survives Sensei Kim's training? No way in hell.
That's not happening.
He'll make it through the door.
He's gonna be saying like, he's just like, guys, can we take a break? There is no breaks.
Bro, bro, it's been 15 minutes.
Your bearings.
But I think with that being said, that is a nice little post-credit scene stinger for the end of the stream. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark.
Mitch hate will not stop. It will keep going.
This Mitch hate bandwagon. It's going to keep
going.
This is good because as much as we rag on Hawk is a very compelling character. Mitch is just a twat. But thank you to everybody who's tuned into this live stream. We've got 20 people who are watching right now. It's currently 6 a.m. in the morning for me here in the UK. So I'm off to probably go and get sleep before I go insane. But I want to give a huge shout out to our boy Kanan. Give a huge shout out to the Cinnamamba, the Goat, and the King.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen,
and the Chosen One.
Communication is key.
Communication is key. If you don't communicate, the door's right there. As certain people will discover in the next 24 hours. Don't
let the door hit you on the way out.
Don't let the door hit your ass on the way
Actually,
out.
I hope it hits you on the way out. I hope it hits you in the fucking head. I hope that happens.
I was gonna say I hope it hits you in the ass, but
all right.
You remember what I said? Like, let it alone.
Yeah, I hear you. But everybody, thank you all for tuning in. Next week could be a watch party. I was feeling something quite adventurous. Would you be game for a Friday watch party?
Yes, sir.
I haven't watched the movie in years.
No way.
It would be fun to return to it.
Friday, let's go.
Get the soul in chat.
Damn.
Okay. Right, everybody, thank you for tuning in. It's been a really awesome stream, and I will see you all very, very soon. Thank you, everyone, for the donations. Peace out. Let's play this clip.
Shut up. I'm not done talking.